match like that happen in the grand finals. It is not easy, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a good one. That's a banger, and that's a banger indeed.
He hasn't got in to finish him off just yet. Runs round the corner, does
Oh!
the damage.
Hello and welcome. It is time for us to get into the finals right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022. We have worked our way through 15 days of play to see which top 16 teams will be making their way right into the first day of the finals. My name's DK. With me today is Esproxy. How are you doing today?
Excited to be back and to finally see the end game. As you said, it's been a long journey to this point, but at the end of this weekend, we're going to know who's the best in Africa. So that is huge. PMPL Africa Spring 2022 is going to come to a close, and it's been such a chaotic and action-packed round all the way up until this point.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of action just unfolding over the past few days of play, particularly looking back at what we saw coming through yesterday. So I'm quite hopeful that we are going to be seeing some pretty insane gameplay making its way on towards the battlefield once again. But of course, before we get too far into these things, we have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Ez, you've had a bit of an opportunity to sit back and have a bit of a look as to what the teams were doing over the past 3 days of that super weekend. Now, was there anything that stood out for you in particular?
I mean, for both of us, I think what stood out is the fact that Umbra finally got their winner chicken dinners in the last possible day, coming through yesterday, in fact. So it was great to see that coming through. Again, I saw a wonderful bit of consistency once again from some of the teams that we really picked up in the early parts of the super weekends, like Lusail coming through. Of course, Cryptics. I think they don't need any introduction at this point, but you know, we'll say it anyway, matching those 500 points and taking that even further. So huge to see that coming through, but also still some of the teams, like the shining moments that we're seeing from virtual gaming coming through. It's huge to see these teams stepping up, and I'm hoping that today is going to be no exception.
Yeah, we're in for quite a bit of a ride. And of course, just to show you what a ride we are in for, we are now finally over on towards that far right-hand side. It is finals, the top 16 teams with their combined points coming through from the Super Weekend rankings, making their way right onto the screen. But we're also taking it up a notch. They are going to be playing it out on 6 matches every single day, starting today and for the rest of this weekend. So 18 games for these teams to show us what they've got and who will be the teams finding themselves at the top of that leaderboard moving on through. Of course, one of the ways that they are going to be doing that is through making their way across our maps. We can see we have a beautiful balance of Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel to spread out through the entirety of the day. So the exact same amount of each map. So whatever the teams miss on that first opportunity, they'll have another opportunity to make up for that as they, of course, make their way through. And I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. I mean, we kick it off with Sanhok and we end with Erangel. So as I'm expecting some beautiful plays to make its way onto the battlefield here.
Absolutely, and even especially some of the teams that we've seen that have really thrived in those close quarter combats, they're going to start it off with a map like Sanhok, and as we carry it through, again, plenty of opportunities for all teams, plenty of opportunities for your teams that really favor those long-range engagements, those teams that really love the bread and butter being Erangel. And the more we talk about those teams, of course, let's take a look at, of course, our top 16 teams that have qualified for finals, DK.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big sigh of relief coming in, particularly for, I think, Masters, right? Because we know they weren't participating in this final super weekend, but fortunately for them, they were able to bring in enough points to secure their position coming through into the final. So once again, a big congratulations going out to all of the 16 teams that have made it to this particular point. And even if we look over at the players there from Team Miss, right, we also know that they two weren't playing in this final Super Weekend, but they were able to just bring in such beautiful performances in the previous two that they secured themselves that 5th position. But this time around, moving into today, all the points get reset. All the teams go right back down to 0. But now what's also going to be quite exciting is I do expect the performances from the teams, the strategies that we've been seeing being utilized through the previous weeks of Super Weekend as well as League Play, definitely going to be taking quite a dramatic shift as the teams now are really playing to get themselves situated on the leaderboard. And of course, we do know that the way that they are going to be doing that is through utilizing this point system, what they've been using all the way through, of course, starting over on 15 points, trickling all the way down to 0, finding themselves in that 13th to 16th finishing positions. Of course, the ever essential 1 point per elimination being brought in. And now what's going to make the finals so interesting is not only are they fighting for the positions, but also the prize money that comes along with those positions as well.
Yeah, look, they have put in an absolute heavy amount of work to get to this point. As we know, they've been picking up those winner chicken dinners because they taste so sweet in Super Weekends. But now this is the finals. The top 16 going to get that extra bonus as they move up the rankings. Hopefully, we'll see a few teams really fighting it out for, those top spots, because we know first place, $8,000. Second place, 5,000, 4,000. It is huge money to play for. And of course, MVP is still up for grabs. So huge opportunities for these teams. I'd like to see how this is going to come through for them today. And the strategies, as you said, what are the shifts going to be? What are the teams maybe they've been holding back up until now? And today is the day we're finally going to see them show all of their cards and show all of their best performances, because I think we are still in for quite a few surprises.
Yeah, I gotta say, I cannot wait to see what it is that they're gonna be bringing in. I mean, I gotta say, I super enjoyed the Super Weekend itself. I mean, that final match was just insane. All the teams just deciding to go absolutely crazy, just go so aggressive. I know that is not what we're gonna be having here today. Yeah, there's something we could only hope for to see, but we do have a little bit of aggression coming in. It is gonna be Sanhok starting off the day, so I'm hopeful that there will be some form of insanity coming through on the on that first match. But of course, to give everyone, all the viewers, a bit of an idea how the teams performed, we are now going to be hopping into our overall rankings just once again to see what the teams did on their path up in towards the finals. We can see Cryptics, absolute beasts, right? Coming in with 7 winner chicken dinners and 581 total points. We see G3, Lusail, and Myth also securing themselves 6 winner chicken dinners apiece. And then, of course, Team Umbra just yesterday finally stepping up, getting their 2 chicken dinners, their first one as well as the last one in the Super Weekend. So beautiful performances coming in here. But now, today's going to be that day, as now we get to see how all of this work that we've been seeing the teams go through over the Super Weekends, how that will now then translate into the finals itself.
Yeah, and if there's been any changes in strategy, maybe the teams are taking a very different approach into the finals this weekend as what they have been over the Super Weekends, which are currently sort of the best sort of statistics we can work off going into this final weekend. But still, very big opportunities for teams to really change it up, to really take a few different approaches, which is what we want to see. Are they maybe some of the more calculated teams are going to be a bit more aggressive, looking for a bit more of those eliminations? Maybe some of the more calculated teams, are going to take maybe a bit of a different shift. Maybe the drop sites are going to change. There's a varied opportunity for many of these teams to really change it up for them. But of course, I mean, it's beautiful to see this coming through, but we also had to unfortunately say goodbye to a few of the teams not coming through into this weekend. It has been a long road, DK, for many of these teams, and they've had to make some huge adjustments. I mean, Virtual Gaming at one stage wasn't even one of the teams we were talking about, but they've made it through into the finals. They made it through into the second Super Weekend, into the third Super Weekend, and they got so many points in those few opportunities to guarantee them a spot here. And there's been many teams that have also had to really fight tooth and nail to get here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we've seen the teams really working to earn their slots up into the finals, right? all the teams just stepping up through the entirety of PMPL. Everyone just absolutely grinding their butts off, and it has been so satisfying to see them just go through the paces and just continuously keep on growing as they kept on applying new strategies and better ways of getting the job done. And it's so satisfying to see that come through from all these teams participating. But I mean, coming into today, there's going to be a few teams that I'll be keeping my eye on to see what they'll be doing on this first day of the finals, right? So the first team would be Team Umbra, right? They finished off yesterday, an absolutely beautiful note, but also we've seen a very similar kind of approach coming through over in league play, right? They did a very similar thing on that last day of the last week play as well. So I'm curious to see what Team Umbra is going to be doing and how they're going to be looking to set up their foundation coming into today's first few matches, because we know it's going to be important for these teams to get a good foundation, a good amount of groundwork laid down. Then right on that, I'm also curious to see what the players from Lusail will be bringing in. They've also been quite active in their respective super weekends, so a lot of great players have come from them. But then we've got another team, Team Myths, right? We know they were not participating in this last Super Weekend, but they've now had an opportunity to sit and do a lot of VOD reviewing, kind of look at what the strategies are that the teams are using, and potentially come up with a few workarounds to maybe bring in a surprise element towards that. So there's a lot of teams, and those, of course, being the teams sitting at the top that I'm going to be keeping an eye on. Well, at least, looking at the Super Weekend standings. But then as we look a little bit further down, I'm also quite curious to see what virtual gaming is going to be bringing to this battlefield, as well as they've really been starting to pop off in the last few days, and it does seem like something just started to click, right? Something just snapped so beautifully for them. So we have seen that improvement come through, but now I want to see how that then translates into the finals itself.
Yeah, I'm also going to be keeping my eyes out for G3 Temper. They had quite a bit of a splash there towards the later parts of the Super Weekend. Started off the first weekend really, really strong. Second weekend, they fell off a bit, and then third weekend, they came back once again swinging. So huge opportunity for them, obviously, to bring it in. 1 Million Esports also happened pretty good with the kills. They've had a few players really making their marks. And I mean, Cryptics also a team that we always just going to have to keep an eye out for, because, well, they've been making the biggest statements so far with the points that they've been accumulating. Hopefully, we are going to see a few surprises, though. I mean, I'm looking at Black Shack Esports, who've also been pretty consistent in picking up kills. They haven't quite yet had, I think, the success they needed to in terms of placements, but they were pretty good at picking up those eliminations, and that sort of consistency carried them through. I don't know if that's going to come through today. There's also a few other teams that have some shining moments, but if that consistency is going to be the key today, then that might not be enough, unless there are huge changes coming through to the strategy today.
Yeah, I mean, we can continue to talk about the teams that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Essentially, I do think at the end of the day, we are going to be talking about all 16 teams, right? Because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be keeping an eye on all 16 teams to see what they're going to be bringing in to the set of games that they have to work their way through. And I have to say, man, it's like, it's been so exciting, because we've seen changes come in. We've seen the players from Mad Knight putting in some really strong efforts that we saw from them in the Super Weekends. I mean, Sam at some point just started shouting at them because they kept on getting into those early game engagements. But I do believe that there was a strategy coming through from them on that front. And I'm not quite sure always, what exactly the strategies are that the teams are looking to bring in, but it's always so interesting to watch them. And I do think that is what's making me so excited for today's. I'm waiting to see what the change up is going to be moving from Super Weekend into the finals, because we've already had that change coming from League into Super Weekend, and now from Super Weekend into the finals. I mean, the sky is the limit here, and this is the opportunity for the teams now to step up, to prove to the entire community and the world that is going to be watching what they are capable of, and what it is that they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and what the region has to offer, of course. And as we know, we've spoken about this many times before, the experience that they get here not only opens up a few doors for them future on, but it also brings that experience back into the region. It cultivates new talents coming through into the next competitions, and hopefully that carries the region on further and further. So every time we see them coming back, we see a whole different strategy. We see a whole different team taking on an entire different beast. So it's going to be interesting today to see how those starting games are going to come through. As we know, 6 games a day means that there's plenty of opportunities for teams to hopefully keep up with the competition and hopefully maybe take over and give us a little bit of an interesting storyline as we take over the weekend, because I think there's been some shining moments for teams to show that they are one to compete with. They are a team that can compete with the best and hopefully can be the best. But it's going to come down to these last insane games this weekend to see, okay, who did the most preparation, who came through, who had maybe a little bit of that good luck there on the top, and who did the most work to make sure that they are the best.
Yeah, I mean, all we can do is wait to see what they will bring in onto the battlefield. But of course, with that, we have to give a big shout out then also going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, we are starting to make our way even closer to our kickoff, the first match right over on towards a little bit of Sanhok. And I mean, what better way to get it started, right? Because getting the teams right up into the hot, sweaty mess, which is Sanhok. I mean, I'm so excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing. And what's also going to be quite interesting to see is like how the teams are looking to pace themselves, right? As we know, it is going to be 6 matches today. Now, before in league play, they've only played four matches a day. Moving to Super Weekend, that was 5 matches. Now finals, it is 6 matches a day. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they'll be able to kind of get that pace going, because at the end of the day, this is not a sprint. This is going to be a marathon. So you really have to try and kind of prioritize your approaches as you make your way through the respective matches and kind of choose the opportune moment to strike, right? So when you are looking to implement the best possible strategy to get yourself into those positions, we are well aware that everyone is obviously going to be chasing the pole position. But as we also then know, only a few teams will be able to achieve that, as, you know, it's down to a little bit of that RNG as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, points are going to be the huge, defining factor here. And we've seen a few teams actually, like Umbra, as a prime example, really be one of the teams to pick up huge, huge points, even though they weren't the ones to get those winner chicken dinners. And that came through from that consistency that they showed so beautifully coming through in the Super Weekend. So is that going to come through today? Is there going to be a different Umbra coming, stepping up on the battlefield? Maybe the same can be said for the other teams. And this is the question that we have to keep in the back of our minds. And we have to go into these games with an open mind, because there's many things that can change here, and we've seen that coming through from league play into Super Weekend, and it's once again going to happen moving into these finals. So you were saying earlier, socks are going to be knocked off, I think you said?
Yes. Yeah, but luckily neither of us are wearing socks today, so I mean, we're ready because our socks are already off. Nothing can get blown off on this side. Now it is only up to the teams to show us what they can bring on the battlefield. Yes, I know my segue there sucked a little bit, but whatever, it is what it is. We just got to get ourselves ready, and of course, we are prepping to hop straight into a little bit of that Sanhok. It does seem like we've got a few moments left before we hop into the plane to see where that flight path is going to be going. But now, this is where we want to see what zone is going to be bringing in, right? Because we've had a few comfortable zones coming in on Sanhok itself. No major crazy shifts coming in, really. But it's not there's not much time left for us to try and figure out what the flight path and that zone will be bringing as we now start making our way right into the match. And it is all now down to what the teams are going to be bringing in.
Absolutely. And I mean, looking at this for a first zone in our final weekend on Sanhok, I don't think it's too bad. Look, plenty of opportunities here for the teams to get to their favorite spots. And again, I am going to keep an eye out for, maybe some of those hot drops, maybe some of those contention spots that we've been seeing, like Paradise Resort. We know generally is quite crazy with Super Young Stars and virtual gaming. So is that going to happen today? I already see a little bit of a fun time there towards the southern side with what I believe is Masters and maybe Team Umbra. So that's going to be in a bit of an interesting spot. That zone as well is going to provide some opportunities, DK.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of an opportunity coming through, of course. I'm liking the position coming through from this first zone. Once again, showing a little bit of love on towards that northwestern side of the zone. I mean, we've got the trifecta in there. We've got the river, the beautiful waterway. Already quite a substantial amount of reduced playable areas. We can see, that lovely chunk of water being in there. But now it comes down to positioning. We can see already also Triple Esports, Lusail, finding themselves in a potential back and forth over on towards the northwest. But I mean, Paradise, once again, also looking to get off to a beautiful start. And, of course, the viewers can get
Ooh.
themselves off to a beautiful start as well with the lucky drop. So you'll see the questions dropping in the live chat, so be sure to answer them. Please be sure to include your player ID. It is going to be important alongside your answer, but give those answers and you could be walking away with a few of those beautiful prizes there. And for the time being now, it is going to be Masters Esports now looking to come in swinging right here on the players of Unique.
Already a little bit of a hot drop action coming through here. Angelo doing the most, trying to find those angles, but Chills just very, very barely staying alive with Skirp, trying to hold the line and hopefully add a little bit of that coordination coming on through. Phantom just around the corner, sit down to a slip of HP and down to the floor they go. Unique now seeming to be the team to pick up the eliminations here, but Angelo still finding angles, looking for more with Ilias. This is not looking too good for either side. I mean, the health bars, they're so low, DK.
Yeah, and now the pressure is on for Unique to continue to apply the pressure. Of course, Winky now going to try and see if they can find those angles. Scope is down, and with that, down goes Unique. Masters Esports step up, getting the first squad wipe right here on our very first match of the finals. Beautiful way to kick it off. I mean, it does seem like Masters are coming into today ready for the action, right? They've already gone straight in to that first fight, and well, they have not even lost a single player, so a fantastic start. But of course, it's also going to be a little bit of pressure coming through now for the super young stars, as well as the players there from the virtual gaming side. And also, for the viewers, be sure to go ahead and open up PUBG Mobile. Go to the Esports Event Center and you can participate in the event to earn a few special items. That, of course, being in-game. So there's 2 opportunities for the viewers to walk away with a few extra goodies here. So be sure to hop in on all the above things that we just saw happening on the screen. But also now, it is up for the action once again, Ez.
I said it, Paradise Resort, an opportunity for both virtual gaming and super young stars to pick up a few eliminations, as we've just seen coming through here from Masters Esports. So will they follow suit, or will they take this a little bit more calculated, as we like to say? Maybe just hold the line for a little bit, as they are in zone. They do have an opportunity to wait this out just for a tad. But of course, we know Umbra just behind them on Camp Bravo, zero. Wow, English is hard today. Zero tolerance coming through from the southern side, and 1 million is right up ahead of them if they try to get further into the center zone. Not sure what's happening with PRZ. Maybe someone might need to just throw a life raft there, not sure. But we'll see how the rest of the teams are going to make their rotations. For now, though, Super Young Stars looking very quiet.
Yeah, they're not just trying to play a serious, quiet game there. They don't want to cause too much noise and potentially draw in the action. Or the attention, rather, coming through from the players there of virtual gaming. As we know, the focus for today, especially coming into this first match, is for the teams looking to play the long game, right? They want to make it into those late phases. They want to pick up those placement points alongside the eliminations, but they don't want to go for the eliminations just yet, because that could also then result in them making their way right back up into the lobby, and that would be a very unfortunate start for them. Of course, we do see the players here from Slime having a very, very comfortable drop location all the way up in towards Hatin. But I gotta say, I'm curious to see what Cryptics are going to be doing in this particular match, right? So there's a reason I haven't said anything about them yet, because, we've said this before. They are just absolute beasts, and they've proven that coming through in the super weekends, right? Nearly 600 points being brought in, the most chicken dinners sitting on 7. That's insane. But
yeah,
that, as Sam said yesterday, it's also a little bit of a mental game, right? Because they could be looking to set it up in such a way that they create a bit of a reputation for themselves against the competition. And then, subconsciously, teams coming into today already go like, oh my goodness, wait, hang on, this is happening, right? But now what I'm curious to see is whether or not they are going to be looking to maybe ride on that, capitalize on it, on that potential, or is the rest of the lobby just going like, you know what, all of us are very skilled teams. Let's just go out, have a blast, and just make it so challenging for the opposition.
Yeah, we talk about that mental game time and time again, especially for the teams that have had a bit of a rough road getting into, the finals. Hopefully they're riding on that positivity, saying, look, we made it. through the odds, we got ourselves here. So hopefully they're going to be keeping that positivity in their back pockets and holding it, because they're definitely going to need it as they pace themselves through these finals. As we said, a lot more games than what they've been used to over the past couple of weeks that we've seen them perform. So they really need to make sure that they keep that consistency and that they keep themselves in check. We can see here Manuel in the grass snaking around, and Intruders with their rotation coming through. Unfortunately, they rotated to the wrong side here, DK.
Yeah, but that was a beautiful ambush coming through from the side of Darkness. We see Manuel now down for the count, but it's so far quite a productive push coming through from Darkness. They've been able to find a few trades. In fact, 2 players from Intruder is going to be down. Weiss will be bleeding out all on their lonesome, and now it is up to Hemo to try and survive. As we can see, Tornado moment, and the rush is coming through. There we go. Intruder being the second team now having to pack their bags. So now both Masters Esports and the players from Darkness both sitting on a squad wipe each. So I'm loving the approaches coming in from the team so far.
Yeah, it's feeling a lot more structured. You can see the teams are still working on that bait and switch. They're making sure that they're keeping those crossfires in check as they take those engagements, because they do not want to get caught out here, especially on a start like this on Sanhok. As we said, it's crazy. Everyone is going to know where you're at and looking to get involved. As you can see here with G3 Temper now finding a little bit of success, at least finding one, looking for that confirmation on the knock. But unfortunately, I think the angles are going to be working in favor here for Darkness. So G3 for now, they'll have to settle with a little bit of a tease, I guess, that they've thrown out here. Not quite going to get that confirmation. As you can see, some rotations also now starting to make their way into the zone. And what's interesting is Intruders actually took that rotation off from Triple Esports. They were having a bit of a stay down there on the bridge, and then unfortunately they made a little bit of the worst possible opportunity for themselves, as they found themselves right up against Darkness. But that is just the beauty of Sanhok. There's so little space to work with, and it means teams have some huge opportunities to do exactly what Darkness just did. And we might see a few of that still happening, as Paradise still has quite a few teams in contention.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise still has a few teams in contention there, as we can see coming through on the map. But, I mean, at the end of the day, right, PUBGing is difficult. It's tough going up against these teams in these lobbies. And I got to commend all these players. They are absolute legends for performing the way they are. They're doing much, much, much better than I could even dream of doing. But, you know, now it's down to just, utilizing the heck out of those strategies. And G3, as we saw with those shots coming through on towards the players there from Darkness, that was actually a good opportunistic third-party play coming through from them. As we can see, Nacho and the rest of the squad there from G3 now just looking to try and fortify that approach towards Darkness. But again, finding themselves right there in the trifecta, that could be a golden setup coming through for the players there of G3. But now it's also going to come down to where the rest of the teams are going to be looking to rotate up in towards Umbra. Now going to be rolling on through from that eastern side. And now, where do they go? Because, I mean, there's not a lot of options. We know there is an option of heading over on towards that northwestern island. But, I mean, over on towards this eastern side, a lot of the compounds already have teams situated in them.
Yeah, it's only really, Pi None that really is open, but that's just towards the edge of the zone. So some of the teams, they'd like a little bit more of a central position to make sure that they've got ample opportunity for rotations. Not that it's as important as you would see on a Miramar or an Erangel, because the rotations are a lot shorter. But again, you're also finding yourself some safety from the likes of Master, as an example, who's currently holding the line here on the bridge. As we said, Triple Esports, they've been here. They had stayed on here with Intruders early on, and now Myth seems to be taking the position here and taking the role of Intruders, as they're also just peeking and prodding for the time being, seeing what they can do in Masters and Blackjack. They found themselves here, DK.
Oh, here we go. Thin now, getting ready to move in. We got Lelouch and Angie just quickly trying to get themselves into a secured position. But Zane, the only player for Blackjack currently positioned up in towards zone. So this is now where Blackjack needs to find a way to get through the obstruction they have in front of them. And that, of course, being the players here from Masters Esports. Let's see whether or not it's going to be a costly engagement, because already Masters sitting on 5 eliminations. But now we have that blue zone also starting to catch up with the teams. That is going to be second phase, so it's not going to be too crazy. It's not going to be doing too much damage, but they still need to be quite cautious as to how they take these engagements. And it's good to see Zane now just coming in to try and reinforce the position of MG and Lelouch here. but still they have to try and prioritize that rotation to get themselves back into the zone.
Yeah, look, they're already on a back foot, losing reverb there with that quick shot coming through from Masters. Masters now finding themselves in a bit of a good opportunity here because they're a little bit just like an edge closer to the zone. But of course, they still have the stare down happening here against MG and Lelouch, with Zane just holding the flank, trying to see if they can get involved with a bit of an opportunity here, maybe just an off angle to jump into the action. But of course, we know Zone slowly but surely ticking away at the HP is going to be in the back of their minds. We can see Masters slowly but surely also moving into the zone. Hopefully, maybe scouting out a safe position there, a safe route, and then waiting for the rest of the teams to come on through. But again, slowly but surely might not be enough. We can see Ilias and Ban still here, and Angelo just once again doing something similar to Zane, but in the opposite way, from the zone, just trying to get an angle here.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to those angles. We know Sanhok is all about finding those angles first, being the first one to lay down those devastating blows. We can see Zane now doing exactly that, finding the shot on towards Sin. A good defensive approach coming through there from Zane. But now, still, the pressure is mounting as Lelouch now gets traded off by Ban as well. So it is going to be a beautiful back and forth. But Angelo and Ban looking to get themselves a little bit closer to the edge of that zone, right? You can see that partial disengagement coming through from them, but Zay now still trying to apply the pressure on towards Ilias as Ilias moves forward. Umbra also going to be rotating around the southern side. So a very interesting rotation definitely coming through, but MG now picking up the nade, trying to send it over in towards Masters. Oh, and Zane finds a beautiful hit. MG, oh, down he goes. The blue zone just catching up with him. Lelouch also now getting caught. And this is what I was talking about. You have to be cautious of that blue zone. Zane, oh, gets caught and down they go. That is the unfortunate part of fighting out in the blue zone. If you just lose sight of that health bar for a quick moment, it could be the end of your team. And that is what we saw come to fruition right there. Of course, now Umbra still just trying to see if they can capitalize on a few potential angles here. But again, they need to prioritize getting themselves into zone. Fortunately, we've seen Shadowin and Wasted now getting able to get a bit of a foothold situated in the zone itself.
Yeah, PLZ still back in the zone here, holding the line, waiting for Masters to make their rotations. Angelo just managing to heal up and immediately getting taken out, unfortunately. So, knocked in the blue zone. Never a good opportunity, unfortunately. But we'll see what Masters can do here to get back into the zone. It would be just pain if they manage to survive up until this point and get taken out here with a rotating team like Umbra, who had a very southern late rotation coming through. I mean, they took a huge rotation to come through into this point. And of course, they want to take this further. Okay, car being picked up. Hopefully the res could come through. Oh, there we go. There it is. Just triggered discipline to the max, waiting for the opportunity. It was just so juicy, you couldn't pass it up. So, Masters now down to 2. Having to still get into zone. And who's waiting for them on the other side of the zone?
Yeah, the rest of Umbra. But, I mean, this is some beautiful strategies being applied there by PRZ. Just capitalizing on the fact that, teams are going to be looking to tend to their teammates. But this is where we hope to see PRZ having an exit strategy. Because it's all good and gravy fighting in the blue. But do you have a way to get yourself back in towards the zone? Ban also now having to try and find a bit of a way to get out, as we see Ilias, I mean, so high on the action that they are not even sitting on the seat, right? Just the feet is on the seat. So that's a new little upgraded seating arrangement coming through right there. But if we look onto center zone, G3 still holding their position. We got 1 million also beautifully set up over in towards that bootcamp region. But Triple and Lusail now moving in from the west. We got that double drop also right there on the edge as well. And now it is down to positioning as we see Zone taking a bit of a shift rather. And now it moves up in favor of Slime 4KT. But this is where Slime will actually find themselves in a bit of a hot seat because they now have to try and defend their position.
Yeah, against Cryptics, against Lusail, against Triple Esports. I mean, take a pick. Everyone's going to be looking for that opportunity here. We can see Triple Esports also just chasing down Lusail as they've gotten the information. Wanted just on the edge here. Going to be able to get that medkit popped off just in time. But Thor looking here with the teammates in the action. Wanted coming up on the ridge line saying, hello, I am still here. Gonna be popping a nade through just to get the attention, but has to be careful here. It is basically a 1v2 for the time being. Salam and Boyka are a little bit further away, and those double nades are just beautiful. Fantastic connection, and now the rest of the Lusail, they have to recover.
Yeah, a beautiful play coming through right there on towards Wanted. But now Salam Boyka trying to hold these angles, does spot out Master, but it's going to be quite difficult to pull off such a ranged hit with that holographic sight. But fortunately for them, the blue zone is also now going to start forcing the players here from both Triple and Lusail a little bit closer. But already Lusail having their angles lined up, as we can see a Salam now coming through with that holographic spray on the M4. It is quite a challenge at that distance, but still we do see some great success being pulled off there from Mar. Now going to be trying to just tamper with that vehicle ever so slightly. Wanted meanwhile still positioned down below. Not a lot of information that can be sent up by Wanted from that current position, but of course you can see Lusail trying to get those angles. Meanwhile Myth now is going to come rushing straight onto the front door here of G3. Flacco, part of the welcoming committee there, sitting the first few hits out. Buden now trying to lay down a few of the utilities, just trying to get everything to go according to plan, just looking to cook it all up. But meanwhile, now Myth, ooh, with a quick reposition, 6, just hopping out, trying to get that spray from the opposite side. Nacho now coming under fire, oh, gets caught up by the staircase. Flacco now coming in with those third-party hits up onto a Triple Esports, but what a beautiful push this is so far. 6, the players rather from G3, holding their own extremely well up against those rushes coming through from Team Myth. But as we can see, Team Myth now being pushed up the hill, and this puts them in quite an interesting position because they've got 2 teams just up high above them.
Oh, rotations. That's going to come down to the line here. As we see, they're fighting for this position in zone, but they have to be wary of the teams making rotations in to maybe get a piece of the action, as Triple Esports just on the edge of zone get confirmed, and we can see a few more teams lighting up the feed as 1 million even starts to get involved. Still a few teams up with at least some dwindling numbers, but numbers nonetheless, which is the important part we have to focus on. Myth here still looking for that connection to G3 Temper, still looking for that confirmation with G3. They're just waiting for Myth to make their move so they can hopefully capitalize and get themselves some points here.
Oh, but with that, Ban gets eliminated by the blue zone, and now we are down to 11 remaining teams. The zone also now taking a little bit of a shift, just moving even further up in towards that northwestern region. So all the teams situated towards the east now have to cross the waterway. As we can see, the players from 1 million just off in the distance now already getting themselves into the water. But Zero Tolerance doing a very similar kind of approach here, and this is going to be the first one to get to that coastal line. Would be able to lay down quite a bit of devastating spray to the team still trying to cross the water. We have Darkness, Umbra, Zero Tolerance, 1 million, and the Super Young Stars, as well as Virtual Gaming. All these teams caught out in the water looking to push across, and as we can see now, the shots starting to fly on in the feed. Meanwhile, on the edge of zone, G3 having the position in the compound. Myth just going to be playing a little bit more cautious for now. Bedrocks, however, is going to be turning their attention from the blue zone into the waterway to look and see if they can find any of those sneaky shots along the way. Knight now also getting hit as with Brace come through. Oh, Alpha Luigi moving on forward. 1 million getting eliminated. You can see Umbra just up ahead, also in quite a troubling position with Zero Tolerance and Darkness alongside them.
I like it from Virtual Gaming. A little bit of a sacrifice play coming through, but they managed to pick up 1 million, and now Zero Tolerance, one of the first teams as well to reach the coastline, and now unfortunately to the detriment of Darkness, as there's a bit of a fish in the barrel coming through here. Tornado still in the blue zone trying to stay alive, might have to focus on a bit of a heal strat there to keep those placements in check as the rest of the teams lighting up the feeds. Myth finding G3, finally a little bit of that action starts getting up, and Ramsey up close and personal to G3 Temper.
Oh, but let's see, will Ramsey be able to hold on and get that elimination through onto 6? Oh, it's going to be quite a hair-raising rush, and with that, down they go. G3 getting sent back in 8th position. Down to 7 teams we go. And surprisingly to see, though, we've got the players from Cryptics down to 1. It is going to be Senke all the way out in towards the northeastern side, holding in the blue. But up in zone, it is going to be Virtual Gaming rushing forward, just tapping away at Zero Tolerance. You see Vortex getting traded off there. Lord now holding in the water, not looking to give away that position just yet, but Virtual Gaming does look across. They could see that player right there, and with that, zero tolerance reduced down to only 1. Now, only 3 teams. Wait, scratch that. Make it 2 teams sitting on more than 2 players apiece. Slime 4KT looking absolutely amazing with a full squad. And of course, then Team Myth coming in with their 3 players still up and able to roll. Darkness also now packing their bags as they make their way back into the lobby. The nades getting sent across over towards Lord, but fortunately for Lord, it bounces off. Myth now continuing to push in. They've got the position set up in zone. All they got to do now is hold on, defend, and just blaze through with those sprays.
Oh, I mean, coming through Slime 4KT, a little bit more from the northern side as Myth. They're the only team right now that have a fantastic hold in the zone, as you've mentioned, sitting up and hopefully holding the line. That's going to be the question we're going to have in the back of our heads. 4KT, they still technically have the numbers advantage, but their position is out in the open. And of course, we know there's still a few snakes in the grass looking to get involved.
Oh, yes, indeed. And, well, we got 3 snakes left in the grass, right? Well, if we talk about Slime, because their logo is a snake. But either way, they're right up in towards the northern side now, trying to find a good approach to get back in towards his own. Lord now also going to be looking to come out of the water, but there we go. Zeus, getting sprayed right on down, and the blue zone comes through with the knock. Storm, the last one left, finds the hit right on towards Farok. Now, Moment just quickly trying to tend to their teammate, but up comes Storm, finds the last blow. Down goes Myth. Now it is Lord left to push on through for the side here of zero tolerance. Could this be the play? Could we see Slime now picking up this final blow? Storm has the health advantage, but will he have the angles advantage? All going to come down to timing. Up comes the hits. Beautiful shooting. And what? Lord lands the blow. Slime getting eliminated. Beautiful shooting. But with that, we go down to our final 2 players. It is going to be Senke signing off from out in the blue zone, as the damage is just too much. And that winner chicken dinner goes over to zero tolerance. What an absolutely insane performance that was. I mean, Lord, that was just crazy.
That was just absolutely amazing. We mentioned a couple of the snakes in the grass, but I don't think it was the snakes you were expecting, DK. It came through to zero tolerance, really making an opportune moment there. And this is what we talk about, you know, when you're in that opportunity, when you're in that final zone, as a solo, you really have to pick your timing. And I mean, with Lord out in the water, firstly, getting, you know, plucked off there by Virtual Gaming, Alpha Luigi was chucking nades in their direction. They still had to make a swim to shore. So, I mean, timing. It came down to timing. I don't know how Lord did it, but wow, that is the clutch to start us off on this finals weekend.
Yeah, Lord definitely defying all the odds right there. I mean, even looking at that engagement coming through with Storm right at the very end, it looked like Storm had the upper hand, right? But unfortunately, you know, Lord just stepped up and just owned it, picked up that trade-off, and with that, took away that winner chicken dinner. What a fantastic way to get the final started. The first chicken signed, sealed, and right there on board. And of course, now we also have had a beautiful running, a good zone to start over on towards that northwestern side. Not too challenging for the teams, but we did see the teams really being, really rather having to think about how they're going to play this one, right? It did seem a lot more calculated, at least rotational-wise, from what we saw coming through from these teams.
Yeah, and even the engagements, you know, they really started off some fantastic coordination coming through the teams. You can see communication was key for many of these teams, those engagements starting. Yes, there's an initial knock coming through, but then the teams, they move up as a unit to make sure that those final eliminations come through and the confirmations are taken as safely as possible, if we can say that, you know, in a finals sort of capacity, which has been huge for some of these teams, as we've seen them start some fantastic engagements, but then not have that coordination in the last possible seconds really to really finish it off. So already some changes coming through from some of the teams, just sort of, I guess, the mentality they're taking into these engagements. You know, there's a bit of a shift in the headspace there, which is what we would come to expect from a weekend like this, from the finals weekend, where they need to show all their cards, when they need to really play their best games, because it's all or nothing.
Yeah, it definitely is all or nothing, and you know, just to add that extra level of complexity to it, it is starting on Sanhok. I mean, it is a map that kind of forces you into those close quarter situations. So, I mean, it has been a little bit sweaty start to the day, and of course, let's hop into the highlights to see a few of those beautiful plays once again. So great to see the teams just playing it so beautifully. And I mean, even Myth, they also looked like they had such a good position coming in to the top 3 there. But unfortunately for them, Storm was able to just line up those hits so beautifully. And then, of course, Storm met his match moving into that final trade-off with Lord stealing that winner chicken dinner. But again, a very satisfying start here to the first match of the day. And we do know also, we got to take a look to see what the match rankings are and how many points the teams have been able to find so far. So without further ado, here we are, of course, Zero Tolerance coming in with a beautiful 20-pointer there, 5 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, and Cryptics, I mean, Zenke just holding us in the zone and giving us a couple of dance moves there towards the end just to sign off, picking up 12 points. Slime Fork AT picking up those 19 was a huge fight that they had to make getting into zone. I mean, they still picked up 9 eliminations, so huge points. And as we've come to expect, with Sanhok, we do see a little bit more of that spread in elimination points. Myth picking up 7, Virtual Gaming picking up 5, Darkness picking up 7. And I mean, plenty of opportunities for many of these teams to do the same as well. But it's going to come down to that balance. Still, the top 6, double points, not bad. Double-digit points.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good though, gotta say. I mean, Darkness also, as you said, some really good eliminations there for them. But now as we move on to the second page, we even see Masters Esports also with a super aggressive approach, right? Also picking up their 7 eliminations. And, if people are curious about like why the numbers look odd, this is all based on where the teams went out in this match, right? Okay, so I'm just saying that in case you didn't figure that out. That is what we're seeing. But of course, yeah, I mean, Masters going out in 12th place with 7 eliminations to their name. That's just brutal, right? They just came in so aggressively, but unfortunately they weren't able to get ahead of that blue zone, as we did see Ban going out all the way over in towards Painan. So that means, the rotations were a little bit tough coming in on Sanhok, and we know that is a thing at times. Teams sometimes mistake Sanhok for what it is. It is a small map, but a lot of times you can get really caught out in what is kind of happening there. And, that also makes it so exciting to see what the teams actually bring in as they move into Sanhok.
Absolutely. As you know, it's a bit of a shake-up for some of the teams. There's a little bit more chaos coming through. And we did have 2 opportunities to see some hot drops happening. I mean, I thought it was going to be Triple Esports and Intruders. It turned out to be Intruders rotating up into Darkness. Super Young Stars also finding Virtual Gaming. There was plenty of opportunities, even with Team Unique and Masters, finding each other. It was absolutely crazy. But we expected from Sanhok. We still have 5 more matches for today. Is that going to be the case for the rest of the games?
Well, all we can do is find out, but of course we have to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy once again, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, once again, for the viewers, there is going to be a little bit of an extra special spice, right? It is going to be our lucky drop that they can participate in. So be sure to head over to Facebook or YouTube, the official channels for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channels. Answer the questions you see appearing in the chat. Be sure to include your player ID alongside your answer, and you could be walking away with these lovely prizes we can see right there. So some pretty exciting things coming through there for the viewers as well. So be sure to get in on that. And while you get busy with that, of course, we are going to be taking a quick break while we get ready for our second match of the day. So stay tuned.
right behind them. Play absolute spoilers. All he needs is one knock, and that is instantly putting the tides in favour of other teams around him. Oh, the rollover is there, though. Trip. Century to sub the wrath of Umbra. Now they've just down to one, and that's going to be potentially it. Oh wait, actually got the res. I didn't even see that. One res came off the roof. Is it going to be enough? I do not really think so. Switches over to the M4 and Shadow. Here we go. This is the fight that could mean so much at the top of the table.
Yeah, it could definitely mean quite a bit coming through. Now, who will be the one blowing up?
That utility going forward and against the buggy. Well, maybe not the...
Oh, Stragglers just captured. Because if you look, oh, the head's fighting their way on in. Beautifully played. There we go. Virtual Gaming getting sent away. Oh, dominate almost all the lobbies they play in.
Oh, this is huge. Oh, this is huge. This is absolute insane. 1 on 2. Going for the third potentially. Puts him low. Switch weapon over to the M4. And boom. That's a triple for Wasted. Does 3k connect. Now it's... Pretty set indeed for AKM. Here you go. This is the fight I'm looking towards. That's like the play. They can either be super risky, flag back, or just trying to crawl their way down that hilltop.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring Split 2022 Finals. This is day one, match one already concluded. We are hopping straight on the plane to get into our second match. Of course, we can see it is the lovely Miramar down below, and the teams now getting themselves ready to hop straight into the action to fight it out, not only to get themselves into strong positions on the leaderboard, but also we know that 6 teams qualify from this point forward into the PMPL Middle East and Africa Championship Spring 2022. So it's going to be quite a bit of a fight. So aside from prize money, they're also going to be fighting for those slots once again. So curious to see what the teams are going to be bringing into this Miramar. As we know, 2 teams on here perform exceptionally well when it comes to Miramar. That is going to be G3 and Cryptics. But now my question is who will be the team to step up? Will it be Cryptics or G3 to take the winner chicken dinner on this match once again? Or could it potentially be one of the other teams stepping up to the challenge?
Yeah, some hidden cards might finally be shown this weekend, and that might start with this Miramar. So after Sanhok, Zero Tolerance, I mean, Lord especially is feeling absolutely elated, ready for the next challenge. But that zone taking a little bit more of that southern shift, so plenty of opportunities for some of the teams that really favor those spots to get something. But a little bit of a change in zone here, DK.
Oh, love that. That beautiful shift over on towards the eastern side. A big chunk of the map being water. So this is, it's so amazing. The first Miramar coming in for the day is going to kick off to an absolutely beautiful, beautiful start. Of course, we do see the teams now trying to get themselves situated. We got Zero Tolerance, Super Young Stars on that far western side. And of course, up in towards Picado, it is going to be a little bit of a hot situation. We've got Unique, we've got Triple Esports, we've got Umbra, as well as G3, all now just trying to get themselves situated, looking to see who will be the first one to get into the angles they are looking to find, seeing that, they also have to be very mindful of where that zone is currently positioned.
Yeah, Unique also a little bit more split up, maybe with 1 or 2 missing. But again, plenty of opportunities for the players, plenty of opportunities for the viewers, of course. As we can see, those lucky drops still happening. So make sure that you answer the questions in the chat. Head on over to the channels, and hopefully you could be getting yourself some beautiful extra winnings as well. We do know a few of the teams, they had some unfortunate or maybe fortunate hot drops in that first game, picking up some eliminations. So I'm wondering if that's going to be what's going to happen here with Picado, because we know we're used to Picado being a little bit crazy because it's center zone, plenty of opportunities for teams to really make those rotations happen. But I don't think we've seen 4 or 5 teams up for contention there just yet.
Yeah, this time around, Picado, not center zone. It's going to be on the edge of zone with Impala actually being pretty much smack dab center. But it is going to be interesting regardless, as we've got the Masters, the players here from Masters Esports also just positioned over on towards that western side now, looking to rotate up potentially towards either Monte Nuevo or Power Grid, or who knows, even all the way up in towards El Pozo. But obviously, they do require a vehicle if they want to go to El Pozo and still make it back into the zone in one piece. So it is going to be a little bit of a search situation there for them, a treasure hunt or Easter egg hunt, whichever you want to call it, for them to try and find a vehicle nearby. And they're not exactly close to a road, right? So there's going to be a bit of ground for them still to try and cover there. Meanwhile, I mean, Cryptics, Virtual Gaming dropping down in their usual positions. We got Virtual Gaming in Chumacera, we got Cryptics over in Val del Mar. It does seem like Zero Tolerance trying to reach all the way across on that western spread of the map, still trying to get into their usual positions. I mean, even Myth going in towards Monte Nuevo. So nothing really looking out of the ordinary on that front. Even Los Leones, where we see the players from Intruder and Blackjack also once again dropping in their usual locations. But I'm curious to see what that second phase is going to be bringing in. As we know, there's only a few seconds left on the clock before the blue zone starts moving in. And that, of course, then means not only are we running out of space, but also the players are going to get pushed forward. And looking at where that zone is, we know it's all the way over on towards that far eastern edge, so they're going to be super mindful as to where they choose to move in, seeing that we've got such a big portion of the map not being playable.
it's also just the pathing they have to take into the zone. I mean, most of them going to be coming through into the western side of that zone, and rotations are going to be tough. I mean, we might see a few teams maybe bumping some wheels, maybe a few car crashes happening, but hopefully they'll be able to manage a little bit of a safer routine into the zone, get themselves set up, and take it further from that point onwards. We do see a few teams now favoring a little bit of those early rotations, trying to get set up earlier rather than later, as we've seen a few teams obviously fall victim to that in the past. You can see Lusail just closer there towards Puerto, and Intruder maybe a little bit of a disengagement towards the same. So I'm interested to see if that's going to actually cause a little bit of an engagement happening. We do have Hemo just taking a little bit of a scouting position, you know, up the road, just checking out what's happening. But we'll see. Keep an eye out on the feed and see what happens there. Again, zero tolerance. I mean, that western side rotation there, it's huge for them to make that pathway in. And Super Young Stars might be their points of contention to get further.
It could definitely be an approach for them, but of course we now look into the zone to see what those rotations will bring, right? We've got the players here from 1 million currently perched up in towards Minas Generales, and again, they're the only team here, but this is a beautiful opportunity for them now to get themselves set up, because they are on the western side, and we have still a few teams looking to rotate in. We've got Unique just a little bit further up north towards Hacienda del Patron. We got the players here from Umbra, of course, a little bit further down south, but still just on the northern side of Los Leones, and they are sharing this angle with the players from Triple Esports as well. But again, even though we still have all the teams on the map, and we also sit with a very much reduced playable area for these teams, we see quite a lot of space still coming in between these teams, right? They're not really bumping heads just yet, and I'm curious to see at what point we'll have those engagements really coming through, because it does seem like the teams are taking a more calculated approach, right? They want to play the longer game instead of just getting super aggressive early on.
No, of course. I mean, even that disengagement that came through with Picardo, I mean, we had 5 or 4 teams dropping in pretty much the same area, but they didn't really engage. They sort of spread out. They sort of gave the necessary respect needed to just continue this Miramar game. As we know, calculated approaches coming through for the teams. It's their first Miramar of the day. They still have a second one coming through a little bit later on, but they want to put their best foot forward. And so for some of the teams, that comes from choosing when to and when not to take a fight, which I'm glad that most of the teams are sort of avoiding those earlier engagement, because we see, I guess, the most chaos happening in those early engagements, because teams are still trying to get themselves set up. They're sort of just running and gunning with whatever they can find at the nick of time. So it really gets chaotic, and even now the teams making those earlier rotations really moving more towards that central side, a little bit more towards the eastern coastline, giving space to that western rotation coming through for the teams that still have to get themselves into the zone. As we can see on the screens now, of course, Super Young Stars, Myth, Zero Tolerance, taking a little bit of a longer rotation there towards the edge, alongside G3 and Masters, who still also need to get into zone. So we'll see. I am already just liking the shift in sort of the mental game that they're taking through into this finals weekend.
Yeah, but speaking about shifts, right, we see the teams like rotating up in kind of shifts as well, right? Because the teams that already were in zone, they've already now started to converge into center zone, more or less. And the teams that were outside of zone now have a beautiful window through which they can rotate and get themselves into zone without having to worry about a team waiting up ahead. But of course, they don't have this information. We can see it looking at the map. But now it's down to how these teams are going to be looking to bring in those rotations. And of course, speaking about rotations, you can see the teams, center zone, very close and clustered almost. But the west, very, very open. I mean, the entirety of that edge of zone being open for those rotations to come on through. But also now that zone continuing to move up a little bit further towards the northern side. And again, Slime and the players there from Unique find themselves in a very comfortable position, right? It is relatively quiet in the north, but we're still to see where where the players from Zero Tolerance, Super Young Stars, and of course G3 Temper are going to be looking to rotate into.
Even Cryptics, Lusail, and Virtual Gaming, I mean, they're the wheel to wheel basically as they make that rotation towards that southern side, and that southern side is already a little bit cramped, you know, it's a little bit busy. So plenty of opportunities here for teams that are taking maybe an earlier rotation to set themselves up and maybe throw a couple of shots, see what they can land. You know, it's like throwing a little bit of bait out, just seeing what catches. Even there towards that northern side, G3 Temper, Super Young Stars, Zero Tolerance, it's going to be interesting. I do love that the shifts are still coming through. We are starting to see a few of those knocks now coming through, as we would expect with the chaos that is these rotations from the zone, which I love to see, DK.
Yeah, we love to see chaos erupting on the screen. And with that, it is going to be a little bit chaotic on towards Skydo there, as we can see them now getting taken on down. But fortunately, the rest of the team being able to get themselves quite far away from the edge of where we see the players here from G3 and also looking to rotate in. But it's quite strange to see G3 still positioned out in the blue and not sitting in that zone just yet, right? It's quite odd, but who knows? Maybe they're trying to change things up, you know, shake up a few tables in the process. Meanwhile, talking about shaking is going to be unique, and Slime now fighting for possession of El Azahar. I mean, both teams, they had, you know, nice tranquil regions to work with, but it's great to see that they've decided to explore their options and get a little bit closer to each other.
Yeah, look, it's a long night. Maybe they were looking for a little bit of action to wake themselves up into this one and make sure that they got plenty of energy towards the rest of the evening. As you can see, Aimer just looking for, like, just on the edge there. Just peek your head out around the corner, please. But that's not going to be what happens for the time being. And it's interesting, you know, as you mentioned, they were left to their own devices, and suddenly they found each other. So we'll see how this one's going to end up. Already a res coming through for 4KT, so hopefully they can set themselves back up into this one. They are fighting up against the high ground. So Unique, they have plenty of opportunities to get involved when they choose. Ooh, when they choose.
But I do think that was a good decision being made from Slime, right? Because it did seem like a bit of an uphill battle for them, and they decided to rather disengage and move back into the safety of El Azhar using those compounds. But Umbra, we can't really say the exact same for them. They are fighting out in the open, a very exposed position, going up against the players coming through here from the side of 1 million. But 1 million also just going to be trying now to utilize the terrain they have here, and we have seen one of our past zones actually finishing up relatively close to this region. So I'm curious to see what 1 million is going to do with their current position. They have a slight bit of an advantage, seeing that they've got a little bit more hard cover. But of course, Umbra, they've got the terrain to utilize.
Yeah, they just don't have the numbers, unfortunately. PRZ now being confirmed as Morteza and Shadowin got to hold the line here as Eflex is getting a little bit closer. Some nades being thrown out. Dexter sneaking on by there, just jumping and punching, trying to be as silent as possible. But they don't have the information, I was going to say, to where Morteza is, but I was wrong. It's just Shadowin now that unfortunately has to hold the line here. Umbra down to 1. As the confirmation might be coming through here, and 1 million looking to confirm the entirety of Umbra back in the lobby.
I mean, that is a good roll coming through for 1 million, but quite devastating now for the side here of Umbra. Shadowin is going to be the last remaining hopeful now, looking for a position to call home. Fortunately, as we can see, that southern edge of the zone is relatively clear, right? So that you could still find a way to sneak on through. But of course, a more western rotation could be quite detrimental, as we have the players from Masters Esports and Myth both now getting caught in a bit of an engagement. Both teams looking to clear out the crater. But who will be the team that survives and makes their way on through? Farouk gets taken down as Sin comes through with a beautiful spray down. And now Myth having a little bit of a tough time here. I mean, Masters Esports just utilizing the heck out of those reach lines.
Oh, we love it. I mean, these long-range engagements, that's just what we know to be Miramar, especially in the case here of PMPL Africa. I mean, this is the talent we really want to see coming through here. And these teams, I mean, they made it work with holographics on Sanhok. What can they do here on Miramar when they finally have these fantastic scopes to work with? As Sin finds a little bit of connection there towards Broly after finding a little bit of lead in their body as well. So we'll see how they're going to hold this line here. Myth, again, finding themselves in a little bit of a similar situation. Unfortunately, having to fight their way into the zone, and they are doing pretty well for the time being.
Wow, Myth now looking so fantastic as they are able to just hit blow after blow into with Masters Esports. It's now down to Ilyas and Ban left to try and defend the honor on this edge of the zone. But Myth, they are going to be rolling on forward, as you can see Broly and Momin Now getting up close and personal. Broly spotting another opportunity. The shots come through. Ban. Oh, in a lot of trouble. That vehicle's still looking great, but the health bar sure isn't. And with that, Angelo gets confirmed on up. Ban. Bangelo quickly dropping on down. Trying to get that health bar back on up. Popping that med kit. But now Cryptics also going to be moving in. They've heard those engagements. And same can be said here for virtual gaming.
Yes. I love this. Look, the opportunity here is absolutely prime for Cryptics. They've got the high ground. They have opportunity towards Masters. They have opportunity here towards, virtual gaming. But Petrox, just speaking around here with the vehicle, same can be said for Alpha Luigi. They're going to group up and try and take this up against Cryptics. They are an absolutely formidable opponent, so they want to make sure they take this as calmly and calculated as they possibly can, because they have to fight for their spot in the zone, as Cryptics currently is keeping them out of it.
But of course now Virtual are going to be trying everything they can think of to get themselves right into that zone once again. Senke now having two players push up in their direction. Up comes Petrox. Oh, will we see those hits come through? Gary Boy does not know which way to swing it. There's just so many players. But the rush now coming through. Lazy Boy looking to join on in. It is Marshall and the Lazy Boy now being able to hold on to the edge of zone. Of course, it is Alpha Luigi and Zeus now left for the side here of virtual gaming. But the shots continue to rain on down. Zeus now quickly trying to see if they can bring in that res. One hit, one blow, one nade into the side of Marshall could be the end for Cryptics. But of course, Zeus, does fall right on down. Virtual gaming being the first team getting sent back into the lobby. 16 minutes into this match, we move down to only 15 teams remaining, and that zone is going to be super challenging. But what a beautiful run that was for Cryptics.
Oh, I even saw Elias just maybe peeking and prodding, looking to get involved. But speaking about getting involved, Storm unfortunately finding themselves center, in a bit of a sandwich here between 4KT and Super Young Stars. Might be getting confirmed as we see Lashin just throwing a couple more shots. And Super Young Stars now picking up one, looking for a bit more. It's Slime 4KT that have to reset themselves, finish off this fight, and get into zone. They've got quite a bit of a journey to take it, as of course Intruder is going to be their obstacle to try and get into safety here. Super Young Stars, on the other hand, they've got some vehicles to work with. Again, it's just the routes. Where are you gonna go? You're gonna go into so many teams trying to get yourself into zone here. So these engagements outside of the zone might be maybe not what they need to focus on for the time being.
Yeah, this is where they have to try and find a good position to rotate in towards. But looking at the options they have coming on the eastern side, there's not many, if we're being honest. But now, looking up north, G3 are going to be looking to rotate in, and we've seen some great success coming through from them, particularly if they rotate in from the northern side of the zone. But now, they are trying to pick up Farouk right up ahead of them. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to get it in. Farouk, managing to evade the angles there. Of course, a very relentless effort coming through, but now we see a little bit of that third-party action coming in. Triple Esports also now hearing the fights. They want to come inspect it. Up comes Farouk. Nacho, getting traded off, but Buden comes in with the saving grace there, just saving his teammate from getting sent back into the lobby. But this has now been a beautiful opportunity for Triple Esports to get themselves much, much closer to G3.
Absolutely, and I mean they've got a little bit more room to work with in terms of the zone. G3 just here towards the edge has to keep their heads on a swivel, as we know a few teams still having to make their rotations a little bit closer to their position towards that northern part of the zone where they currently find themselves. So they have to be a little bit worried about what their surroundings are going to be looking like. Same can be said here for Zero Tolerance and 1 Million, finding themselves here towards the southern part of the zone. For the time being, though, pretty much left to their own devices. It's just these two teams that we can see here, as the rest are still making rotations here towards more of the northern side. It's maybe Cryptics, that's the closest team to get involved, maybe Darkness from the other side, but they're fine for the time being. It's just going to come down to when those first engagements are going to come through.
And of course we are running out of time, as we can see that zone getting ready to shift up once again. Unique now trying to just ride the storm coming through on that northern edge, looking to get a secure position in, but Weiss coming through with a beautiful grenade all the way from the east. But now all the pressure is on as Cronboy also gets traded off, but the third party hits continue to fly on through. Intruder Africa not backing out of a beautiful opportunity there, as we can see it is absolute devastation coming through for the side of Unique, as Blackjack sneak in a cheeky third party hit. But now it's all back to trying to reposition in towards that zone. Chills, holding strong. Oh, will we see those through?
Oh, yes.
Oh, come on, down they go, and Intruder make sure that they now make their way back into the lobby. It is the end of the road for Unique, but it is 12 teams left as Slime 2 now gets sent on back Blackjack. Now having a beautiful gatekeep set up here for Intruder, as we can see MG, Reverb, just trying to blaze their way on through, and of course we see Lelouch and Zane just keeping a very watchful eye on those more southern approaches. But these nades are on fire. Look at that. Hemo
Wow.
in so much trouble. Down they go. Absolutely devastating blows being dealt here by Blackjack. But now it is going to be that long, risky rotation back into the zone.
Oh, the nades from Intruder, the nades from everyone are absolutely on fire. As we see Zero Tolerance, unfortunately, trying to disengage from 1 million. Maybe get a sneaky position, but 1 million, they were ready for it. With that duo split coming through, they find their next target. It is Lusail Esports, and all AWAMs are involved, DK.
Oh, that is going to be quite an interesting one to see what will come from that. Meanwhile, we see a lot more rotations making their way in. We can see those smokes off in the distance. That, of course, being Blackjack and Darkness. Both teams trying to rotate in. Lusail also trying to get themselves situated. But up comes Darkness now applying the pressure in on Blackjack. As we can see Lelouch getting down to MG also following suit. And now it turns to Zane and Reverb to try and make a bit of a stand against the side here of Darkness, but they're moving in so strong. Masters, meanwhile, getting sent on back. Up comes the rush. Reverb finds the hit. G3 get eliminated. Whiskey moves on in. Absolute devastation.
Oh, Blackjack, hello, welcome to the party. Picking up huge amounts of eliminations from one team to the next. As there's a little bit of a calm before the storm. The teams have to make their rotations in, and look who's done that job already. Cryptics, center zone, beautiful purview towards the rest of the teams. They've got line of sight after line of sight, just looking to get involved as the rest of the teams are just desperately trying to get into safety. But Darkness, unfortunately, will not be joining them. Getting taken out, we're down to top 5.
I mean, there's so much action. I'm even choking up. I can't even keep up with what's happening on the screen. But with that, it's just head after head, blow after blow. Triple 1 million looking absolutely fantastic. Rolling in with full squads to their name. Cryptics coming in with 3 players. But we know that could be quite a devastating performance coming in from them as well. Now it's up to Triple to get themselves situated back in zone. But of course, Senke is going to say, hell no. Master, you can just stay there behind that little loot box. You're not going to be able to find your way on through. We got AWAM also now just looking to see whether or not they can bring in any support or a potential distraction to pull that rotation off. Meanwhile, the players from 1 million just inching their way through from that southern side. And I mean, Triple now trying to reach all the way across.
Yeah, Triple, they've got the worst rotation to work with here. Unfortunately, coming from that northern side, not only Cryptics, not only Super Young Stars, but even 1 million potentially could get involved as they have to take a little bit of a track down the ridgeline.
But let's see how that will now go for them, as it is, it's going to be only a few moments until that blue zone touches them, and they have no other option other than to rotate forward. It is going to be 6 phase, so they know very well that they have to stay ahead of that blue. There's no real hope, no real chance for the team being able to survive the sheer chaos coming through from that blue zone. But now Cryptics, are going to be lasering on in. Beautiful third party hits though from Mar, coming in with a nice off angle play. But of course we see Chala there for the side of Super Young Stars, also just inching their way closer to the zone, being able to slide on through as the majority of the teams are focused on each other. The shots now continue to come in, and Cryptics having a lot of pressure being put on them.
Yeah, 1 million are getting involved here just from the eastern side, trying to get a third party going here from Ma, also hitting some nutty shots all the way around. You said it, they were reaching across DK, and so far they're finding something.
Oh, wow, let's see where they'll be able to push this to next. Of course, now Triple still trying to get themselves into that zone from Mar, now quickly getting dealt with there. But AWAB now going to be the last remaining hopeful for the team. 1 million looking pretty golden, causing a lot of devastation. And now they have still a full squad left to just move on forward. It is going to be a 4v3 versus 2 solos. You can see Chala now huddle up in the hut there, just trying to stay alive for as long as they possibly can. And Black Lost comes through with the M24 hit to the face. It is the end of the road. Chala also now getting traded off, and with that, they make their way back into the lobby. And it is going to be Cryptics now lit on fire.
I can't even understand what's going on here. Cryptics, they were the first team to get themselves into the zone, and all of a sudden, I feel like that's turned on them now. 1 million, they've set themselves up beautifully towards that eastern side. They've only got Cryptics left. They do have an advantage in terms of the numbers, but again, that zone shifting and just slightly favoring Cryptics for the time being.
But now, Cryptics finding that position in zone. 1 million having a beautiful opportunity here. They've got a slight numbers advantage, but will they now also just utilize those numbers and just play these angles? You can see Eflex now trying to set up a little bit of hard cover, seeing that there isn't really much to utilize. But now, what will the rest of the team do? Surprisingly enough, Cryptics staying relatively close together. They don't want to expose themselves unnecessarily, but up comes Knight. Now looking to move in, and this is where Knight needs to be super cautious. Of course, quickly goes prone. There we go. Good approach. So it does seem like they've not been spotted just yet. But which way will this go? Marshall just holding back a little bit, being just slightly out of reach. But Knight now feeling the pressure come through quickly. Repositioning up behind the rock. I mean, it's a little bit of a better position to be other than out in the open. But now the rest of the team still have to cross this vast expanse ahead of them to get themselves secured in that zone. And again, not a lot of hiding places.
Oh, you're using the ridgeline, you're using some trees, you're using whatever vehicles you've managed to explode up until this point, and that's all you really can work with here. 1 million. They would absolutely love to take some of that, celebration away from Cryptics as they take them on their own map. We know Cryptics has been so fantastic on Miramar, but 1 million, they're looking for a little bit of a change up here. Nate.
Oh, there we go. All right, so first nade comes in. Senke gets tickled. Nothing too drastic just yet, but now I'm loving this 2-2 split coming through from 1 million. All they got to do now is look to just play these angles. Dexter getting spotted out on the nose there of the vehicle. Oh, it's a little bit risky, but of course, Senke now gets traded. It is up to Marshall and Carryboy left to try and defend us. This could be the opportunity now for 1 million to move on forward, but they got to have all their weapons focused on the same point. Knight, Dexter going to be looking to rush on forward, and this is now where the pressure is on. Carryboy is going to be the last remaining hopeful. Up comes the rush. Knight jumping for joy, and with that, the trade-off comes in. The winner chicken dinner goes straight over to 1 million as they finish strong with their entire squad still intact. So great to see that. And with that, they of course finish on an absolutely amazing 13 eliminations.
Look, we mentioned them, a little bit in the pre-show as one of the teams to really have some heavy hitters in their team. They've been picking up eliminations, maybe a little bit sneakily, but today they definitely made a statement coming through from that rotation. I mean, that was calculated right towards the end, and they were happy to get involved with anyone and everyone. I mean, from the get-go, I was looking at Cryptics center zone. They had fantastic position. They had one of literally the only buildings left, and I thought it was going to be them. We've seen that happen in past games before, and it ended a little differently as 1 million had something else to say. But starting off, first Miramar, first Sanhok has been pretty surprising.
Yeah, it's been pretty surprising and hella satisfying as we see. You said 1 million trying to stand up against the players from Cryptics on the map that they've been so successful on. So what a great performance that was coming through from 1 million. I mean, not only picking up the winner chicken dinner, but doing so with an insane amount of eliminations to come alongside that as well. So beautifully done. 1 million doing great work right there. But of course, this is only the second match of 18. We still have 16 more to go, and expect a lot of changes to still come through as the teams continue to make their way on through. But what I'm liking so far is that the teams are really trying to push it as far as they possibly can. But if we look at the kind of what could we call it? The consistency that we've been seeing come through from Cryptics, right? Now, Cryptics, a team that we know, the first two, at least usually the first and maybe the first two games, they don't dial it in 100% just yet, right? They play it, they're trying to see what everyone's doing. They came super close to picking up that winner chicken dinner though, but I do expect them to start, amping it up, moving in from that third match. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. Speaking of which, let's hop into a few of the highlights from this past match. So great to see the players there from 1 million just beautifully executing their strategies over on towards that Miramar action. But I mean, it's so great. And we were expecting teams to step it up, right? 1 million already doing exactly that, as we saw a beautiful performance coming through there from them. And, you know, now we just get to see how the teams continue to rise to the occasion. Of course, speaking of rising to the occasion, we need to take a look at our match rankings to see how many points these teams were able to secure.
Yeah, 1 million had a huge change up in their gameplay. I mean, from the first game, they had 1 placement point. Now they picked up a beautiful 15 and those 13 eliminations just to top it on off, almost getting at that 30-1 game. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I'm very curious to see what those overall rankings are going to be looking like. But of course, Cryptics picking up 19 points. As we go down the list, of course, a few more eliminations coming through. Blackjack, of course, we know, huge nades coming through from them to pick up intruders. And I'm liking a little bit more of the engagements I'm seeing. You know, the teams are really looking for those third parties, and they're just executing their strategies so much more polished than what we've seen previously, because now it's all or nothing. We've said it. Now their true colors have to shine, and I'm loving what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I do think that there's a lot of polishing that has been done since, you know, the teams have had a lot of opportunities to do those VOD reviews, and we can really see that now starting to pay off. But of course, looking at what we see on the point situation is a lot of teams still coming in quite heavily with those eliminations. We did see the players here from Blackjack sitting on 7. Now we've got the players here from G3 not making it all the way up into those final runs, but still, you know, putting in some good effort there, coming in with those 5 eliminations alongside that 9th place finish. And also Intruder picking up the 4 eliminations along the way. And it was, however, quite not as much of a successful run coming through for Slime and Virtual Gaming this time around.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up, and I think this is what we're going to have to come to expect with these teams. It's going to be close up right until that final game, that final day. It's going to be head to head for these teams, because we've said it, you know, these teams have a few things to prove, you know, and they've proved us wrong in the past. You know, that we thought, oh, we don't have to think about this team. We were wrong. We have to think about every single one of these 16 teams as contenders. I mean, take a look at 1 million Esports shooting up all the way from 10th place into 1st in one game with an absolutely dominating performance. But Cryptics, 1 point behind them. That's what we're gonna have to just expect on these overall rankings.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be super tight all the way across, right? And I mean, one of the viewers in chat actually said it, and I 100% agree with this. Like, each team here is worthy, right? And we can see this just based on the competition that they are bringing to the battlefield. Yes, there's only been 2 matches happening so far, but it has been so great, because we've been watching these teams kind of, you know, make their way down this road, down this whole let's call it evolutionary path, right? If you want to be all whatever, right? Okay. But it's been so great to see them really growing and continuing to push. And I mean, a great start so far for 1 million Esports. Great start so far for Zero Tolerance Skills there as well. And of course, you know, Cryptics doing their thing as they usually do, pretty consistent with those placement points, as we can see, of course, leading the pack with regards to placement points. But still, strong efforts across the board. You know, this first page looking pretty good, pretty great. But now we got to look and see what the situation is moving on towards that second page. As this is where we see just what the situation is. Everybody, at least, sitting on points, right? Everyone's got points on the board. But of course, we'd love to see those points continue to change. And there's still several opportunities for the teams to do exactly that.
It's exactly that. I do want to see these names constantly changing. I want to see the competition constantly, you know, having us guessing, because we know casters, we don't know much, but we would love to stay on the edge of our seats throughout the rest of the weekend, not knowing who's going to be taking that final win, not knowing who's going to be taking those final positions, because that is really what PUBG Mobile is all about, and that's really what PMPL Africa has brought to the region, as we've seen a different side of competition. We've seen them constantly having to evolve, as you've mentioned, and hopefully we're still going to see that coming through into the Super Weekend, and just absolutely beautiful performances. So I mean, 2 games down, I don't think the teams should be really too stressed about the positions for the time being. I do hope they're going to pick it up. Points, everyone, we're going to see how they're going to go through, and maybe make a couple of changes coming back into our 3rd game of Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, and once we finish with Erangel, that means that we are halfway done with our very first day. And of course, the teams then would have had the opportunity to go at each match. But I do think there's going to be a slight bit of a change coming into the second of each of those maps as they are still to make their way on towards the battlefield. But of course, we also have to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa esports in 2022. Now, with that, it brings us rather to the end of the second match. But we do know that there's also a little bit of that lucky drop happening in the chat as well. So be sure to head on over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channel on Facebook and YouTube. The questions will be dropping in the live chat, so be sure to answer them and also include your player ID with that when you answer, and you could stand a chance to win these lovely prizes you can see on the screen. And as Sam said, that makes you play better, right? Why? I don't know, but let's just say it does, right? Because, well, why not? You've got some skins coming through from PMPL. It's a little bit of a bragging right coming in there. And with that, of course, we are going to be now taking a hop into a quick break once again while we get ready for our first Erangel of the day. So stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to the action. We're getting ready to hop straight on the plane, moving right in towards Erangel. Of course, without any further ado, here we are, as we can see the flight path starting all the way over into Primorsk, heading right across Potato Hill, right alongside Pachinki, all the way up towards that lovely northeastern side. So definitely a very interesting flight path to come in for the teams. And of course, if you missed the overall rankings, there you can see it right on the left-hand side of your screen as the teams now start to make their way on down. And so far, we've been seeing some good plays coming through. 1 million and Zero Tolerance managing to pick up those winner chicken dinners so far. And then, of course, there we've got our fraggers as well, coming in with their elims. Nice. Of course, now we look to see it even more of that making its way onto the battlefield.
Yeah, look, I would love to see a little bit of a change up, maybe a different team coming into the conversation and making a huge statement. You know, maybe some of the teams finding themselves on that second page. Is it now the chance to step it up, or is it going to be later? That's going to be the question. Of course, we know plenty of games this weekend, and they have to pace themselves, as you've mentioned. They want to have a fantastic first game, and then the rest of the 5 aren't looking as bright and as happy, so hopefully that will be the case for them today. Once again, I mean, that zone is just being so interesting. Going over towards that Milta power side, Farm Milta, I mean, Mansion, Prison, a lot of opportunities for teams to really make use of some of their favorite spots, as we know.
Yeah, we know Zone on the east is a beast, right? That's what we've been seeing so far over Miramar. Now, as we move into Erangel, we see a very similar directed zone. Again, a nice big chunk, big portion of the zone being water, so the teams definitely have to be super calculated with the locations they decide to rotate in towards. And we do have a little bit of a potential hotspot coming into, Rozhok, and that bridge that we have there as well. As we can see, it is going to be the players from Zero Tolerance sharing that position with virtual gaming right here. But now also the viewers, you can be sure to get involved in the chat to stand a chance for that lucky drop. Of course, head on over into the live chats. The questions will be dropping over on both Facebook and YouTube for PUBG Mobile Esports Africa. All you got to do is answer the question, and you'll have the answer to the question if you've been paying attention to what's been happening on the battlefield here. So, yeah, show us what you've got. Be sure to include your player ID alongside your answer as well. It just makes everything so much easier. But now, speaking about so much easier, that's definitely not what the players are going to be experiencing coming through in this match here is.
No, look, a little bit of a change up for some of the teams, unfortunately, that normally would favor a little bit more of that western side. They have to make a bit of a quicker rotation. Super Young Stars, as an example, we know they love Primorsk, so they're going to be finding themselves in a little bit of a longer rotation, maybe heading up towards Quarry to get themselves suited up. But Triple Esports, in the same sort of situation, coming down there from Gatka, might get involved as well. As for the hot drops, I mean, I feel like a few of the teams have rotated around, but of course, there's a few more rewards to be won here, DK.
Yeah, be sure to head in game, go to the Esports Event Center, and then you can participate in the event there to earn a few special items as well, alongside the lucky drop that we've got going on as well in the chat. So, several opportunities, several ways for the viewers to, get a extra bit of that PMPL action to come their way, while we wait to see what the teams are going to be doing on the battlefield. Of course, G3, the players here from 1 million, both teams dropping in their usual locations up into Farm and Malta. It's kind of their age-old locations, as we've seen them do that for as long as they've been participating right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League, which so far has been 15 days, right? And without fail, they have committed to their locations, only opting to go somewhere else if they couldn't access it comfortably from that flight path. But yeah, it's been quite interesting to see what the teams have been doing so far. Of course, the players here from Team Myth, they've got the entirety of Pachinki to call their own, as they are completely uncontested. They can go about their business, get themselves looted up before now starting to rotate up in towards that zone. As we can see, of course, Blue Zone starting to close on through, so we should have that second phase coming in momentarily. But down south, things could get quite interesting, as we've got the players here from Masters Esports up in that military base. Intruder also in their usual position over towards the Nova crates. But obviously, they're going to have to start making their way a little bit closer to that bridge, potentially, depending, of course, on where this next phase is going to be taking them.
And if they do, of course, they might be finding G3 Temper or 1 Million Esports. So an opportunity for maybe some third parties, maybe some gatekeeping there to happen a little bit later on, unless some rotations come through, as we know. But then, of course, plenty of opportunity for intruders or masters, especially to get themselves set up maybe towards Milta Power or even Lipovka if they want to take such a nice little bit of a route there. We do see some rotations now starting to happen. You mentioned, Myth there towards Pachinki. Yes, for the time being, they are uncontested, but for how long is the question? As we know, that zone is going to come through, and quite a few teams have to come through that position exactly to get themselves further center zone. I mean, even Umbra moving a little bit closer towards school might take a little bit more of a southern part there. Who knows? Maybe Myth is looking to set themselves up and just hold the line. Maybe pick up a couple of eliminations along the way.
Yeah, and as we saw, of course, the players there from Lusail still going about their business, just utilizing as much of Georgia ball as they can. The same can, of course, be said here for Virtual Gaming up in Severny, right? Because this also is their age-old location. They hardly ever, unless, of course, they don't have access to it, obviously, move elsewhere. But yeah, some really good consistency coming through. And now we just wait to see where they're going to be rotating up. We did see, of course, Alpha Luigi has been mobilized. And Alpha Luigi just exploring the rotational path a little bit closer in towards the zone. And if we could, if that mini-map could zoom out a little bit, right, we would see that Alpha Luigi is just over towards the current west of where we see Slime 4KT. So They do have some prodding happening in the vicinity, and the same can also be said for Cryptics, who we have now starting to move in from that northern side. But over onto the west, it is going to be Triple Esports, Super Young Stars, and Unique now looking to cram in over on towards this western side, and they are also rotating up alongside each other.
Yeah, and very close to Team Myth right up ahead of them as well. As we can see, a nice little bit of a joyride coming through here. Not quite a Sunday drive, but I mean, a Friday night drive is also quite an enjoyable one, as we can see. Triple Esports just on the tail of Super Young Stars. Just up ahead of them is Team Unique. So this is going to be very interesting. The first team to sort of just get out of their cars and start, pelting bullets their way might be a team that can find themselves some great success. But of course, the third parties have to be in the back of their minds. I mean, all of the teams now are looking for those spots in the zone. All of the teams are also looking to give a bit more respect. I do love that we're still seeing those early engagements sort of just being swayed away. I mean, teams are rather, choosing to disengage, rather choosing to, okay, well, it's fine. We'll go somewhere else, we'll loot up, and we'll come back to this a little bit later, which is great. We're not seeing that early chaos resulting in some of the teams that might have had the opportunity to take that further dropping out early on. So it's really going to be interesting as we go through the rest of this weekend. Oh, Ramsey, what you doing?
Oh, definitely not respecting the code there, as we see Ramsey with 1 HP getting taken right on down. It is going to be the end of the road, at least for Ramsey. But now the rest of the Team Myth making their rotation alongside that Potato Hill, etc. As we can see, Broly, of course, already managing to sneak right past the players here from Umbra. A few shots being fired in their direction. But if we look a little bit further on towards more center zone, G3 have moved out of that farm region and now just north of 1 million. But they are very, very close to each other. Of course, a little bit of tension now starting to brew over on towards that western side. Super Young Stars, Triple Esports, Unique, Myth, all of them still in pretty close proximity and still continuing on their rotational path to get further in. But fortunately, they don't have to go too far as the zone now has shifted a slight tad bit over on towards this western front. But up north, Slime 4KT could have their hands full, as we've got Lusail, Zero Tolerance, and Cryptics, as well as Virtual Gaming, still having to now commit to those rotations in towards the zone. And maybe they could be moving in alongside them there in Yasnaya. Down south, though, Intruder, they've taken the plunge. They've rotated across that bridge, with Masters Esports still holding their position on that far southern side. But things are looking pretty tough, and you've talked about your Skittle packs before, and we see that once again, right? There's a lot of Skittles now just strewn across the battlefield here.
It looks like they're trying to get back in the bag at this point in time as we see the migrations coming on through towards the center. We just need to put a Skittles bag there. Just, teams can jump in. It'll be perfect. But for the time being, we do see quite a few possible engagements happening. Myth finding intruders, as we can see, and potentially going to take that a little bit further. Maybe some revenge coming through as well with 1 million. maybe jumping into the action. Blackjack also making a rotation here. Just alongside them is G3 Temper. So many teams in a possible spot to get involved with these third parties. We still have beautiful representation. All of the teams still alive. Only second zone. It's still going to get crazy. For the time being, the teams are finding their spots. They're finding their safe havens. And a few of the other teams might have a bit of a difficult path. I mean, Masters, they still have to get onto the main island.
Yeah. But, well, I mean, they're secure in their current position, right? Because there's no immediate reason for them to rotate north. The zone hasn't decided where it's going to go next, so they still have a little bit of a wiggle room to decide what exactly it is that they're going to be doing. I mean, for all we know, that zone could take a hard shift down south, but what's also now going to be pretty hard is defending all these regions, as we got Lusail, Zero Tolerance, both teams looking to push further in from that more northern region, but center zone once again looking absolutely crammed. And I mean, this is actually a good opportunity for Zero Tolerance, Lusail, Slime, and Cryptics to just spread themselves out a little bit more in the northern territories and just wait for majority of the chaos to kind of unfold, you know, towards that more southern side of the zone.
It is crazy how we do have like just this giant cluster of teams and then maybe a sprinkling of teams towards the northern side and one towards the south. I mean, that center part of the zone is absolutely crazy. As one would expect, everyone's trying to get themselves set up into the best possible rotational position, but that does come at a cost of, unfortunately, putting yourself in the line of sights in to potentially some third-party positions here. As we can see, rotations are now happening. Once again, a couple of scouts being sent out. As you can see, Skyder also looking for a position into zone, alongside Cryptics, who also have this sort of 3-1 setup coming through. You know, they want to find themselves a safe path into wherever they want to go. And unfortunately, that means like players like Pronto might be a bit of a sacrifice, or Ramsey, as we saw earlier, but hopefully they'll be able to scout out the information they need, get back into safety, and take it further. Cryptics now setting themselves up. They have a few teams just scattered right around them, don't they?
Yeah, they actually do, as we can see now coming in on the map, but we are essentially waiting to see where this next phase is going to be taking us. And I do think a lot of the pressure could either continue to build or could start to alleviate itself, as the teams will now have to make their way further towards the northern side. And this is where that slight delayed push coming through from Slime, Lusail, Zero Tolerance, and Cryptics is now looking to pay off a slight tad bit. Of course, emphasis on slight, because as we can see, the proactiveness already coming through from the teams pushing in from that southern side. It is going to be Virtual Gaming quite hastily looking to get up into a beautiful compound just there in center zone. But the same you said for the players from Darkness, Umbra, everyone now just flying and crashing up into that zone. Manuel now coming under fire. It is going to be a beautiful trade-off between Zero Tolerance and Darkness. But again, we do see the players from Virtual Gaming also hanging around in the vicinity with the rest of the lobby now, all looking to cram themselves into this next phase.
You said flying, and Hates was just busy getting jumping shots. I feel like he was hearing you from the sideline. He knew what he had to do. But now the rest of the teams getting involved as well. Virtual Gaming as well. Third-party potential for them. They're nicely center zone, but again, keep your head on a swivel, because a lot of the teams are looking to take that position away from you. Umbra also making a bit of a rotation. They're getting closer and closer for the time being. Now, I mean, looking at the Zero Tolerance, they do have one down, but they've also taken at least one away from Darkness. Virtual Gaming getting involved might throw a bit of a wrench in the works of what they're trying to achieve here. And Darkness is just unfortunately... Oh, okay, no, it's fine. They made it into the tunnel for the time being. But this is going to be huge for some of these teams who have set themselves up early on, like Triple Esports. What?
Yep, there we go. Beautiful play coming through as the Triple Esports just roll on through over Team Myth, with that sending them right back into the lobby. Of course, 14 minutes in, and we see our first team getting sent back to the lobby. Absolutely crazy, but of course, this just speaks to the perseverance of these teams coming through, right? They are so reluctant. They do not want to be the first one to get sent back, and now that has, of course, resulted in some crazy numbers. 57 players looking to cram themselves into this third phase, and we are going to be on that fourth phase only a few moments away from now.
The action is just heating up. We do have a few teams taking some longer rotations. 1 million there towards Prison, still in zone, trying to get themselves into some safety. Cryptics now finding a line of sight towards Blackjack with Super Young Stars. Just keeping an eye out for Unique, who are just on the ridge line, trying to find a little bit of success here. As we know, they've had some troubles. You know, they do have at least 1 point to the board, but they're obviously looking to pick that up, and this might be the game to do it in. Now, it's a little bit of that calm before the storm, as the zone is slowly but surely going to be closing up, and the teams are going to have to make those final rotations a little bit closer. I don't know. The zone bless here could be huge for some of these teams.
It definitely could be exactly that. And I mean, whichever way the zone goes, it is going to be a bless for a few of them. As we can see, Lusail, Cryptics, Slime, now just looking to strengthen their current positions. But of course, 1 million jumping at the opportunity to just go hammering away there at Carry Boy and Senke, who are now quickly looking to reposition themselves and fall back into position alongside the rest of their squad. As we can see them now looking for that position over on towards the western side. Carry Boy now getting isolated, as 1 million hammered a few shots in, but now Blackjack moving in ahead of them. We've got Masters Esports also starting to roll on through, and this is where, it's all going to come down to how those positions kind of play themselves out. Angelo now finding a beautiful hit there up in towards Dexter, but 1 million are also having to commit to rotation, and actually it's going to be a pretty tough one for them.
Oh, absolutely. Third parties are going to start at this moment in time. 15 teams left. Not a lot of space to work with here, so you absolutely have to bet yourself on the chaos that's going to ensue with maybe some of these nades here to start us off with. Angelo, or Bangelo, as DK likes to call him. Getting ready, getting a couple of angles here to work with. Zane taking a little bit of a hit there, but of course, time is running out. As soon as that smoke fades, it might be the turnaround, but Reverb with the backup here. Blackjack now finding maybe something to work with here as Ban, the next potential victim on the line. Intruder now pulling up right behind them as well.
Come on, up comes the insanity once again. Ban now trying to get up to Angelo. Now this is what you call a Bangelo, as we got both of them right there alongside each other, looking to move in and make a stand against the side of Blackjack. But of course, Blackjack still needs to act relatively quickly, as we know that blue zone is going to start closing on through those nades. Now flying in as Angelo once again gets knocked on down. But will Ban be able to get that res in once again? Of course, they also still have to look for that quick reposition. The rest of the squad, they're from Masters, now moving into position as well. Zane trying to advance themselves a little bit further forward. The shots already starting to fly. Reverb now making their way through the smokes there. But of course, down goes Sin as Whiskey from Darkness on the edge of zone reaches all the way up north. Look at that nade just flying right in front of Zane. Quickly pulling up the handbrake, moving in the opposite direction. Does not want to get a nade to the face, but of course now Zane is going to be looking to send those shots in towards Ban as they do make their quick rotations. And of course, it is now going to be a fight for controlling position on the edge of zone over on the east.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy if you look at the feed. Everyone just lighting it up. Even Cryptics and 4KT found themselves a little bit earlier on. Now 1 million jumping into the party as well. All of a sudden, it's a huge change up here for these teams. I mean, the fight that they thought they were taking, they might now have to let go because the rotations have to happen and they might have to worry about those third parties coming through. We can see Super Young Stars picking up a little bit of success there towards Triple Esports. Even Masters now finding the wrong side of Pronto as so many eliminations are coming through on the feed. Even Unique is picking up some huge points here, so potential for everyone involved.
Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy, but this is so fantastic to see everyone stepping up and just showing us what they are made of. Of course, now it is looking pretty chaotic down on towards that southeastern side, as we can see. Unique comes swinging in towards Zero Tolerance with them, sending them right back into that lobby. They now have to pack their bags. No opportunity for that winner chicken dinner this time around. Of course, 14 teams, 49 players still remain. And as we can see, there is not a lot of space for them to utilize. Just about 400 meters in diameter of that zone. It is going to be absolutely crazy.
14 teams, 5 zones in. Absolute chaos. Cryptics now looking for intruders, maybe looking to use a little bit of those nades that they were showing off earlier on, as it's only down to Weiss now. That nade might make the connection. Marshall now looking to find the last little angle here. Lazyboy is down, and Senke is around the corner, but they want to get this confirmation. Weiss now taking a little bit of a connection here, looking to reposition, get set up for Marshall, who's coming on through, getting the connection. And all of a sudden, it's down to the snake in the grass. It's down to Weiss trying to stay alive here as Senke and Marshall look for this confirmation, not before the third parties come on through.
Oh, you gotta love it though. You got to absolutely love it. Lusail now also just trying to bring in a few of those hits, but Weiss now getting forced on forward as the blue zone moves on in, and it is the fifth phase, so it's gonna be brutal. Senke now focusing on the zone instead of looking behind them. Look at that Weiss tapping away, picks it up, and down goes Cryptics. Weiss, going to town, but of course, well, yeah, Lusail has to crash the party. Beautiful play, whichever way it goes. And now Lusail focusing their efforts onto Umbra. As you can see, Morteza getting taken down there at the hand of Salam. Wasted and, of course, Shadowin. The two remaining hopefuls here. We do see Wasted trying to get that race back on through. Shadowin now with a quick reposition, trying to yeet themselves back into zone. Oh, up comes the hit. Slime getting eliminated. Shadowin getting knocked on down. It is down to 9 teams, as it's now 8. The numbers continuing to fall. The teams, the players dropping like flies all over the place. Wow, what is going on? Darkness getting sent back. There's so many teams getting eliminated. We can't even keep track of what's happening. But of course, it is going to be our 7 final teams, right? Unique. It is going to be Lusail, Virtual Gaming, Super Young Stars, and G3, as well as 1 million and Umbra. Still to push on through. 1 million being the only team not fully in that zone just yet. Well, they are on the verge of getting their foot set in zone. But of course, now Umbra are going to be looking to play a good angle from this more southwestern side. They have Lusail positioned just north, but fortunately for them, Lusail is also now focused on the players there from 1 million, who we see positioned in towards the northern region. But that zone is going to pop up once again, and it will be taking us even further into the crow's nest, as we now can see Super Young Stars finding themselves zone blessed, but for how much longer?
I think what's insane to think about is the numbers that all of these teams are bringing in. Most of the teams sitting on 4 to 3 players. So, I mean, looking pretty even in terms of that regard. But, of course, we know positioning. It's going to come down to Super Young Stars now to hold the line. As you can see, a few of the rotations coming through. Umbra and Lusail rotating up right next to each other, as can be seen here for Virtual Gaming and Unique, looking to make those connections here. Huge opportunities for these teams to get some third parties started.
Wow. Unique coming in with some beautiful spray downs there, but look at Watson now running over Morteza. Oh, love to see these vehicles being utilized, but with that Wasted now also getting picked up, and now it is down to PRZ. Watson trying to come in for that second run, but will that be the final play? It is now. Beautiful retaliations coming in, but unfortunately PRZ will not live to make it into that 7th phase as Umbra gets sent away. G3, meanwhile, going to be bouncing in on Unique, as we can see Phantom trying to hold on, but it is not going to be enough as the devastation continues to roll on through. G3 still having all 4 their players up, but with that, it has been quite the costly engagement now for the players of Team Unique. 5 teams remain. It is going to be 1 million, the only team with 3 players, the rest of the lobby sitting on full squads all over the place, and I don't want to be any of these teams right now.
No, the positioning that some of these teams hold, I mean, yes, potential cover for them, as we can see for Super Young Stars, but they are surrounded literally by all of the teams making their rotations in Lusail now, as well as 1 million, unfortunately, taking a couple of hits. As we see G3, Temper, Flacco down to some slivers of HP to work with here, as they find themselves right alongside Virtual Gaming, also making their approach to the zone. Looking to potentially first get involved with G3 Temper here. Now, I mean, what do you do in this situation? You have to take some sort of space. You have to make some space for yourselves, and that's going to come down to a full team wipe. Team wipe versus team wipe versus team wipe. As you said, it's only 1 million with a numbers disadvantage. The rest, full squads.
Yeah, and now starts the fight. Now starts the party as the nades start flying on in. Alpha Luigi sending a beautiful one out in towards Flacco there. Buden right there alongside him. Up comes a few more nades. Could this be the end for Flacco? Not quite sure. Buden stall, trying frantically to get that res in. 6 getting traded off as well. It is all now down to Buden, the last remaining hopeful for G3. A lot of pressure now riding on their shoulders, and of course a lot of utilities continue to come on through. Lusail also coming in with those third-party hits, as we can see Boyka trying to add to the carnage we have unfolding in the G3 camp. Slow, steady tap. Fortunately, that vehicle providing some adequate hard cover for the time being. But look at this. The players here from Virtual Gaming coming in alongside them. And again, no team currently actually being positioned within that zone. Lusail going to be trying rather to see if they can reach across over onto with the Super Young Stars. And with that, they do pick up Chala and Cronboy, Lashin, and Joker now also just trying to see, wait whether or not Lusail is going to come rushing on forward to crash the party. Boyka comes flying in. Watson gets traded off. Salam now getting ready to push as well. But of course, those third-party hits will continue to rain on down. The nades getting sent out. Will Salam be able to pick it up? It has hopefully gone in that building. But of course, this is such a stressful situation coming through with that. Lusail getting yet another player knocked. They are not down for the count just yet. It is wanted up on the hill. Moving in, picking up E-Flex. But will this now be a bit of a play for them to try and make Super Young Stars huddling up in that little shack? 1-8 could really end the hope and dreams for the Super Young Stars. But of course, look at the zone spread. It's absolutely insane. Wanted tries to rotate, but unfortunately gets picked up in that rush. Now, Super Young Stars down south, G3 over on towards the edge. Virtual Gaming right there in the mess with them. But 1 million having an opportunity to rotate and get themselves set up for the carnage once again.
It's crazy to think that in the midst of all of this chaos, Super Young Stars still have the better numbers. They're sitting on 3 with 1 million on 2 and Virtual Gaming sitting on 1. Those are your last remaining 3 teams on our first Erangel of the day. And our Super Young Stars, they have an opportunity here if you're not caught out in the open.
Come on, Lashin having a few hits come. Oh, but down goes Black Lost. Beautiful anchor point coming in there for the line of 1 million. But now, Knight, the last hopeful left to try and make a stand. We got Alphalugi, the last one left for Virtual. But if the Super Young Stars play this one well, they could crush the hopes of 1 million picking up their second chicken dinner right here. But who will be the one to get that done? Of course, the Molly gets sent out. There we go. Knight not backing out of the fight just yet. Alphalugi is going to try, however, and just get their health bars a little bit on the better side. Looking to see if they can sneak on through. Black Lost still held up behind the tree. Not going to be budging just yet. Knight now trying to assess the situation, trying to figure out which way to go. Does know that there's someone on the opposite end where we see those smokes being popped. But of course now, this could be the rush. Super Young Stars could just come flying on forward, just trying to overpower the position. Virtual Gaming getting traded off. That nade gets sent on through. Knight feels the hurt, the pain. He's so low on health. Will he be able to get it in though? Lashin does get traded. But now Cronboy also not looking too great. Come on, this could be the play coming through for Knight. But Cronboy having a good opportunity and takes the winner chicken dinner. Super Young Stars picking up their chicken, their first one. Well done, well played, beautiful PUBG once again.
I love the fact that we've had 3 maps so far and we've had 3 separate win-winner chicken dinners coming through for these teams. And obviously, huge changes means that we are going to see those scoreboards really taking a bit of a shift. And this is what we've been wanting to see. You know, we didn't want to just see one team absolutely flying through the competition. We wanted to see the rest of the cards that these teams have been hiding in those super weekends, in those league plays, coming through into the final weekend. And Super Young Stars picking up a huge game on Erangel. And again, kudos to them. I mean, honestly, the fact that they survived as long as they did with superior numbers into those final fights is beyond me how they made it happen, but they did. They survived, they kept it going, and somehow, some way, that shack is still standing today.
Yeah, I mean, but again, we got to look at 1 million. They came so close to getting that second chicken dinner. I mean, oh, like if we saw Knight just looking to push in that last little bit, things could turn out completely differently. But of course, you got to give credit to where it is due. So once again, absolutely beautiful performance coming through. And I mean, that was so satisfying to see. You know, those plays just coming in. And I have to agree with what you just said. You know, like somehow they were able to keep their numbers up all the way moving into those late few phases. How they did that we'll have to go back and review the VOD to see what they did. But that was so well executed. I mean, even Virtual Gaming also making it up onto that third place. You know, Alphaluigi coming in, just managing to stay alive to the very end. And, you know, it's great to see the teams really trying to not only finish super aggressively, but also looking to try and, you know, harness those placement points, because we know that is also going to be quite an essential place for the teams to get themselves really well established on that leaderboard.
Absolutely. And Virtual Gaming, I mean, they have been very sneaky. So I'm very keen to see if they're going to be picking up a winner chicken dinner off of the back of these positions that they've been getting themselves into. I mean, they've been managing to get to those final placements. They've been picking up those placements as well, which means slowly but surely they're staying consistent. Huge opportunities for these teams.
Yeah, it's been really great to see. But of course, now we are going to be hopping into those highlights quickly just to remind you of the insanity we just saw on the battlefield. Enjoy. There we go. Beautiful highlight. But of course, you know what? Just that we just had a very quick highlight coming in, but either which way, some beautiful plays coming through from the teams there. Once again, you gotta say, right, we're seeing 3 different teams now coming in with their winner chicken dinners. We had Zero Tolerance, we had the players from 1 million, of course now Super Young Stars coming in, just you know, shining so bright, and it's great to see. But of course, that means we have now passed the halfway point of day 1. We still have 3 more games to go, and we're going to be running through each of the matches once again, heading through to Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel once more. But of course, we also now have to take a look to see what our match rankings are and see how many points these teams were able to bring in this last game.
Super Young Stars picking up their first winner chicken dinner in the finals weekend on our 3rd match of the day. 23 points for them, 1 million picking up 22. So 1 point away, looking so spicy indeed. Virtual Gaming, G3 Temper, a little bit of twinsies going on there. Lusail picking up 16. So great opportunities for these teams. And again, that focus on eliminations versus placements, as we've been, you know, mentioning, slowly but surely we're seeing that coming through. Lusail, they had the designated driver strat coming through once again, as they've been so good with doing in the past. So 10 eliminations, I am not surprised in the least. But as we trickle down, you know, the match rankings, I have to wonder what those overall rankings are going to be looking like, especially moving on to the second page.
Yeah, it is going to be quite exciting, as we can see a lot of effort being put in. Lusail also coming in with a very surprising 16 points there with their 10 eliminations. And then as we look onto the second page again, every team walking away with points on the board. That is absolutely great to see. But of course, we need to see how that impacts our overall standings and, you know, what that current point situation is. The team's really starting to grind. They're starting to find a little bit of a rhythm here. But let's see now what the overall rankings look like and how these points then affect all of that.
Yeah, because we've had a few teams make some huge jumps. I mean, we've seen it in the past. Is it going to happen once again? 1 million leading the pack with 54. I mean, that consistency, as you said, they were so close to getting that second winner chicken dinner. And looking at the points, I'm not surprised to why. 28 placements, 26 eliminations. They are absolutely just consistent out of the window, picking up some massive points on our first day. But Super Young Stars, huge jump for them in second place now.
Yeah, it's a great show of consistency and a great effort being put in there by 1 million. We got to echo that. But of course, you know, we see Virtual Gaming up there. We see Zero Tolerance right there as well, sitting with their winner chicken dinner. But again, this first page, all the way from 2nd down to 8th place, there's not a lot of points separating these teams. So we could still see quite a bit of changes coming through on that. And of course, moving on to the second page, it's a very similar situation, right? It's 21 points for the players there from Darkness. Intruder currently sitting on 8 points in total. But hey, those points can take quite a bit of a shift, as we've seen all these teams showing us that they can do exactly that over the past, you know, over the super weekends as well as those league days. So now we're just waiting to see when these teams decide to start popping off.
As you said, you know, we've had a few teams who statistically from their history, they've taken a few games to sort of just get themselves accustomed to what they are going up against, you know, maybe getting themselves accustomed to the teams that they had to go up against in Super Weekends. As we know, there was a bit of a shift coming through, and that's sort of the same thing coming through into this one, but they have a lot more opportunities to do so. So 3 games down, as you said, 3 more to go for today, another 6 tomorrow, another 6 the day after. Plenty of opportunities, but they don't want to start too late. As we know, there's no opportunity for teams to change, their points here. They need to put all or nothing on the board.
Yeah, and of course, well, it does seem like we do have a few of those highlights indeed. So let's have a quick look and see just a few of those highlights once again. Just crazy once again to see the teams just swinging away there. I mean, Knight, if he just had a medkit to bring into that last little bit there, who knows what could have happened. But, it's just the way it goes. We also then have to give a big shout out going out to Nimo TV, the PUBG Mobile 2022's official streaming platform partner. So much love going out to Nimo TV, but of course also love going out to the viewers. So you too can participate in a little bit of the action with the lucky drop that we have going on in the live chat over on both Facebook and YouTube for the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channels. Now, there's a question that will be posted there. All you have to do is answer the question, and alongside your answer, include your player ID. That could put you in the running to walk away with a few grand prizes there. But of course, we're looking forward to seeing what everyone else will be winning. Not only the teams walking away with, something that they could be winning as well. So on that, we are now also going to be hopping into a quick break while we get ready to hop straight over into a little bit of the jungle action once again. So be sure to stay tuned. controller. He's just chilling there, waiting to see what is going to happen. Unexpected releases here. Oh, wow. Oh, come on. There. Already getting knocked on down. Flacco picking up grenade, getting ready to send it over to Cage. Will Cage be able to avoid it? Oh, that was so close. Finds a little bit of dash.
They want 100% ownership of this double compound, and they'll be trying their best to make that actually come to fruition.
Towards aggression, they need to start bringing in those points in. Oh, beautiful play there from G3 as
the red pill there is got after effects, man. Don't worry too much about it. Six God though going to secure himself with that knock onto Blood. Now it's only Turpis. He did a great clutch on day one, I believe it was. We'll see if he can make it happen once again, but that spread of G3.
Get a knock, potentially a kill here, if he can fight off onto Flacco. He's just holding on. He's going to be overwhelmed. He's going to be quickly runned and gunned.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is, of course, day one, and we're getting ready to move into our fourth match of the day. Of course, we are heading right back into a little bit of that Sanhok action to see what the teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Of course, we know 3 teams already picking up those winner chicken dinners, with Zero Tolerance picking up the first one right here on Sanhok. So who knows whether or not they'll be able to replicate those results once again. But of course, now we're getting ready to move straight into the action as we are on the plane, ready to see what the flight path is bringing. But of course, this being Sanhok, flight path is not all too important. What is going to be more important is where that first initial zone is going to be performing. We know also the first time around it went over on towards that more northwestern side. So now we wait to see where it is going to be going this time around.
Yeah, we had the first northwest, then we had some huge eastern side zones going on to the rest of the map. So who knows, maybe the zone might take a little bit of a shift here. But I mean, if you were worried about flight paths, I mean, this is as even a flight path as you can really get, all the way from south towards north. So plenty of opportunities for teams to get themselves into their favorite spot. I say that too much, but south zone as we see now. So, I mean, for some of the teams like, Cryptics, who we know really do favor that northern side of the zone, maybe even for KT, they have a little bit of a walk to walk. A little. I mean, it's Sanhok, we know. So, out of the way, I'm just glad to see we're not using some huge water into the zone. You know, plenty of opportunities on land for these teams to get themselves set up.
I don't know. I don't know. I like to see, you know, the teams being challenged because they rise to the occasion, right? That's just what they do. But of
You
course,
just like chaos.
yeah, obviously. I mean, we're casters. That's what we love, right? But if we look over on towards Paradise, it is going to be virtual gaming and the Super Young Stars. And of course, the viewers, you can get involved in a little bit of the action as well. You can participate in the lucky drop. So head on over to the live chat as there's questions being posed right there. Be sure to answer them. Include your player ID in your answer. You'll see that also when the question is posted. And it's simple, right? Answer the question and you'll have the answer to the question if you have been paying attention as to the insanity unfolding on screen right here. And of course, we do see Tornado now getting caught up in a storm of trouble.
Oh, unfortunate indeed. I mean, Unique, they've been a team that's been looking for some points to pick up here. As we know, they made a little bit of a jump from that previous game, from 16th all the way up into 14th, but they need to keep moving on forward. They want to get themselves higher and higher up those overall rankings to get themselves into that bigger prize pool situation. And maybe, maybe they'll line their pockets with a couple of dollars here at the end of it. We'll see. Unique, for the time being, going to be able to pick up one of Darkness, but not the rest. I mean, the rest of the Darkness all the way on the other side of the river there towards Painan. So they're going to be sitting with their trio for the time being. The rest of the teams now, as you said, Paradise looking a little bit, potentially some spice here happening. We do see Super Young Stars. They do seem to have taken a little bit more of a disengagement. Some of the other teams are a little bit more spread out. As we can see, Cryptics doing the normal thing, having a wide northern spread to get information. I mean, Marshall there towards Mongnai, potentially getting themselves some huge information, and Lazy Boy a little bit closer towards Hatin there towards the ridgeline of 4KT. So they can be the scouts for Cryptics to say, oh, okay, we've got movement here, let's sort of reposition ourselves. But this time around, they need to get into zone.
Yeah, and it is going to be a little bit of a trick. I mean, fortunately for them, Sanhok, not the craziest big map ever, right? So they can afford to potentially even just run in the direction of the zone, and they should be able to make it relatively safe, I guess, at some point. But of course, now we've got to be looking to see where the teams are going to be coming in with those rotations. I have to agree with what you said about Super Young Stars and virtual gaming. Super Young Stars deciding to rather disengage from Paradise. I mean, at the end of the day, you don't want to get caught in a unnecessary engagement in the early game. You wanna try and play that long game. You want to try and make it as far into this match as you possibly can. So I respect that play coming through from them. But of course, now it's going to be up to them now to find a good potential play, making their advances on forward. Because if we look to the options moving in towards that zone, 1 million is right there in front of them. So it's going to be somewhat of a challenge for them to try and bring in a successful rotation. And I mean, 1 million also starting to venture a little bit more towards the eastern side, and they might be setting themselves up unintentionally right in front of the Super Young Stars.
Yeah, and maybe with a third party there from virtual gaming, if they take that rotation a little bit further into the zone, which they inevitably we might do. Cryptics as well have to get involved. I mean, from 4KT, they still have to get into zone. But hey, let's look at Umbra and Zero Tolerance right now, rolling up. Shadowin and PRZ jumping into the building, saying, hello, we're looking for some eliminations. Do you have any in stock right now? Not looking to be the case, unfortunately. Zero Tolerance, they found 2, but they have to find Shadowin and Wasted, who have found a little bit of success, looking for that angle here to get into the action.
I mean, this is quite a surprising push coming through from the side of both Zero Tolerance and Umbra, but now it does seem like Umbra is going to be looking to just hold on to this compound as long as they can, as it is Wasted, Shadow, and the last 2 remaining hopefuls for their side. And of course, we do see Vortex and Hate on the opposite end. But there we go, the confirmations come through. Of course, that quick res now coming in as well. But will they now be able to make that bounce back? Morteza, oh, just on the side as Wasted gets traded. Shadowin now looking to apply the pressure on towards Hate. But it is still going to be a very much hide-and-seek approach coming in here for them. And we do also now see Vortex looking to move in just off the side there. So this could be a little bit of a pincer play, maybe coming in onto the side of Umbra. But now they got to keep all these angles covered. And this is a good strategy actually coming in from Zero Tolerance. Hates now pushing up onto the top of the roof with Vortex coming in with that off angle sneaky shot. Morteza right down below. Vortex getting traded as Morteza finds a beautiful hit. But will Hates now be able to capitalize on the high ground using this roof? Has a slight bit of a line of sight on towards Morteza potentially, but fortunately Morteza is hidden up behind that the side of the ridgeline. Up comes Hates now. Good opportunity here for Umbra to get a quick bit of a reset. We did see also now the players there from Super Young Stars making their way back into the lobby, unfortunately, but it is the way that Sanhok goes. Now let's see whether or not Umbra will be able to get a bit of a response. Yes, indeed. Beautiful distraction. A little bit of that bait and switch coming through. Morteza pulling them forward and Shadow and sneaking in from behind.
Look, I mean, that could have gone one way or another, depending on how the eliminations came through, and now the third parties also are going to begin. As you can see, Blackjack pulling up right alongside Unique, who have set themselves into zone, but now have to fight up against Blackjack, who are looking to take some positions away here. Up the ridgeline we go, some nades being sent off. Phantom just dodging and weaving between those two nades, and for the time being will be unscathed. Maybe just a little bit of a tap, we'll see. The rest of the team now moving on in. Phantom now being knocked. Chills on the back line, trying to get involved, but it's going to be quite a huge investment here. A little bit of a crossfire happening here with Unique, but they have to get the confirmations here slowly but surely. The teams are busy trying to get those eliminations. I love to see this. Unique holding for the line. Blackjack desperately trying to get those eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, this is a beautiful defensive play being put in here, but now Blackjack going to be looking to close it up as they pick up yet another of those eliminations on towards Unique, but now the pressure is on as they start rushing on forward. A quick reposition trying to come through from Unique. Chills now having to try and make that call, but essentially goes right on down. Phantom now trying to step up as well. Up comes Reverb, up comes MG trying to close it up, and indeed they do as Unique make their way back in towards that lobby. Absolutely devastating. Great performance coming through here for the side of Blackjack. They now have a big chunk of that southeastern side under their control. Will they now be able to make a good play coming in from that direction? Of course, we do see the players here from Masters Esports also about to have a few visitors venturing up in their direction. That, of course, being the players here from Myth as well as Intruder, holding towards that more southern position. But of course, Intruder up alongside Darkness. We still have position up in towards Spy9. As we can see also further up north, it is going to be Cryptics moving into the direction of Paradise. Virtual Gaming still holding strong there. But Slime and Lusail still a little bit hesitant with those rotations. Not looking to get ahead of the blue. But of course, they can afford to do that now as the zone has not taken any drastic shifts.
No, just a little bit of a sensor coming through, so they have some opportunity to still play that edge of zone. But I mean, for Cryptics here, they might be finding Virtual Gaming, or maybe they're just sneaking up and getting some information. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Carry Boy and Lazy Boy will be the first to push on through here for Cryptics. Alpha Luigi is, of course, in a beautiful flank position here. They have a fantastic line of sight to get that information to the rest of the team and try and work with it. Of course, some meds need to be taken care of, as we know. Just a little bit of chip damage coming through from the zone, and the leads from these bullets being flung through thanks to Virtual Gaming do have a little bit of an impact as well. Cryptics now, for the time being, I mean, it's a 2v4, right? Because we've got Senke and Senke and Marshall still up towards Bravo and maybe a little bit closer there to Mongnai, so they can't get involved. It's going to be all down to Lazy Boy and Carry Boy to try and do something here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a position now for them to try and play. It's a very spread out approach, but we know Carry Boy, Lazy Boy, side by side, a formidable force to go up against. But looking at Virtual Gaming, they've got the numbers, and we know that they also are quite a force to go up against. They've been proving that over in the League Play and Super weekends leading up to today. But now, let's see whether or not they'll be able to apply enough pressures. We do see Carry Boy, Lazy Boy just opting back in towards the blue zone, looking to find an alternative rotation. And instead of pushing through Paradise, we could maybe see them heading along that more eastern side. Also, the players from Slime making their way on through. Umbra all the way over on towards that far eastern side, just south there of Quarry. But they need to be cautious because we can see the players from Blackjack positioned up on the hill. Pretty sure that Morteza now has a pretty good indication of where they could be, but as we can see, it is going to be a 3-1 split now coming in for Blackjack. So Zane could be a little bit of a problem here for Umbra.
Oh, absolutely. And again, this is huge opportunity for these teams. They're getting that scouting position happening. They're getting some information. And information is absolutely key when you come through into a map like Sanhok, where we know is absolute chaos. And everyone can get involved at any point in time. We've seen teams reaching across the entirety of the zone, even to get a little bit of that third-party action going here. So plenty of opportunities for these teams to get themselves set up, but how are they going to do that with the next zone shift? That's going to be the question. Cryptics now, they are taking a little bit of a longer rotation, so they're still in zone, finding themselves getting closer towards Camp Bravo, maybe heading a little bit more towards that eastern side. Maybe you said, maybe ban might be happening here, maybe a little bit closer towards Quarry, but the rest of the teams now going silent and looking for the opposition. Where is everyone hiding?
Well, we know where they are hiding because we can see the map. But the teams, they don't have this information. So it's all going to come down to how brave they are looking to be in exploring the region around them, and of course also how attentive they are to those pixels seeming out of place. But as we can see, Darkness holding on to Pine Down, a beautiful spread coming through from them. Intruder also just positioned towards that southern side, but we now also see the players from Triple Esports moving in from that northern approach. Virtual Gaming, meanwhile, will be looking to advance themselves a little bit further up in towards the zone, as we can see them currently positioned quite far up towards the northern edge, but that zone is going to be shifting once again. And this time around, of course, it will be taking the teams right down towards that Painan region, just centering up so beautifully. And this is actually a great play for both the players of Darkness and Intruder, as they can just kind of fortify their angles now. But we can see Broly not wasting a single moment, just coming flying up in towards that zone. And this is where Intruder now will be tested in their perseverance on their location.
Especially with the duo split that they have. 2-2 on either side of the river here to work with. So it's going to be absolute chaos. You can see that migration coming through. And I mean, it's absolutely fantastic to be zone blessed in most scenarios. In this scenario, you are going to be the ones tested. Like we saw with Super Young Stars there over towards Erangel. Let's see how these teams manage their numbers coming into this one. Because we know Sanhok, very, very small. Very, very small to work with here. And the space, already half of it, you've got a river running through, and we saw many of the teams unfortunately having to make those swims, and then they get caught in a fish in a barrel situation, and it's just not fun. Wasted already, starting us off finding Lelouch.
Oh, there we go. Right, so now Blackjack going to be looking to wrap their way around. But of course, Myth now coming in over on towards this western side. They've got a little bit of a company up ahead of them. Meanwhile, Cryptics just going to be chilling out in the blue, sipping blue as they go. A really interesting decision coming here through from them. Of course, we do see Marshall here with 13 first aids, or rather 13 bandages to utilize. And now they're just looking to stock up on those med supplies. But it's a little bit of a, I wouldn't say worrying approach, but I'm not quite sure what the angle is here. Whether or not they're just trying to, you know, let the teams fight it out up ahead and then just come swooping in near the end of the match. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what their approach will be. At least for the time being, we can see the plays here now from Slime, looking to get a position, rotating up towards the zone, heading in the direction of potentially the players there from Triple. Meanwhile, in the feed, it is going to be Masters Esports now just hammering away on towards the players there from Blackjack. We currently still sitting up in 14th position, but here we go. Lelouch now looking to make a bit of a rush here. Let's see whether or not those angles will work out. We've got Sin, of course, right there up on the bridge. Just doing some dumpster diving here. Waiting for those angles to pay off. And of course, we see Reverb, Zane also looking to see if they can find a good potential angle to rotate in. And that is actually a really good setup coming through from Sin.
Yeah, look, plenty of opportunities here to get that information. Like we said, huge opportunities. And now they can actually really put that to use. With the rotations that they can make happen here, it's going to be all or nothing. As you can see, Lusail, unfortunately, all or nothing, and no cover is going to unfortunately be the opportunity here for Salam as they try and just crawl on through to the side, as Broly is just absolutely hammering away at the HP bars here. So Watson, unfortunately, is confirmed. Shadowin also now feeling the brunt of the action, but Salam should be raised up and hopefully raring to go as the rest of the teams are going to make their rotation. Broly, hey, is not done. Looking for those confirmations. Maybe a little bit of a bad decision as the rest of the third parties come on through. And Broly finds himself in a bit of a sandwich here.
Yeah, definitely a very uncomfortable position to be in, especially with Lusail positioned where they are. Now that zone having taken another shift, just continue a slight tad bit over towards that eastern side, just being slightly off center. But now it is going to be a fight for control over on towards the east. We can see 1 million and the players here from Umbra looking to assert a little bit of dominance. Cryptics now just flying up into the zone, pulling up potentially just in front of the players there from Blackjack. Again, looking to get themselves set up a little bit more towards that center zone, but they're of course moving into a very occupied region. Up comes the nades now from 1 million and Umbra getting blown to smithereens as the whole. It is just so devastating to see 1 million just raining down the terror on towards them. But of course, now we can see the players there from Cryptics coming under fire. As we know, they've moved into an absolute hornet's nest of players positioned in the surrounding regions. But of course, will they now be able to hold on? We've got the players here from 1 million. We've got Blackjack. We've got Masters. We even have Intruder all within reach of Cryptics' position.
Yeah, look, Cryptics, really favoring that central position. Unfortunately, though, taking a couple of hits as they make their way through. We do know, unfortunately, Senke is out in the blue zone. So Senke will not be getting involved with Cryptics' fight anytime soon. Cryptics, on the other hand, as a duo in the center, as you said, of the Hornet's Nest here to work with Lusail, now finding Myth as well, who are trying to make their rotation into the zone just behind Masters Esports. So Lusail, they might have finished their job here with Myth, but of course we know Masters is right up ahead of them, as is the rest of Myth, making a little bit more of a southern rotation behind Blackjack now. So third parties are going to be lighting up the feed.
Oh, but here we go. All right, now it is going to be Triple Esports looking to hold their ground up north. It is also Slime and G3 up alongside them. But let's see whether or not Six God will be able to find those angles. Aimer, meanwhile, will be sending the utilities up the hill, just trying to smoke it out. And of course, with that, just preserve their possession for a few brief moments there. Meanwhile, G3 just frantically looking for those angles. We can see the utilities getting sent across back and forth. We see quite a bit of action also now coming in the feed. But let's see whether or not Slime will get the jump here. We got Six just holding up alongside this rock, and Slime now as a unit moving a little bit further on towards that more western side, trying to wrap around G3. So Six now going to be put to the test as the first potential option moves in. There we go. The first spray finds its way on down. Six picking up 2 of them, and with that, it is the end of the road. As the entirety of Slime just get absolutely demolished there. Six going to town, finding head after head, and of course G3 sending Slime for KT backing. With that, down to 11 we go. The players there from Triple also going to be looking to come in, exploring their options. G3 now still yet to make their way in. We got Virtual Gaming just holding over on towards that eastern side. So quite a tight pincer play coming through here from both Triple and the players there from Virtual Gaming. But of course, now it is that opportunity for G3 to try and pick their fight. Who are they going to fight it out with first? Is it going to be Triple or Virtual? And it does seem like they're leaning a little bit more towards that Virtual Gaming side. Meanwhile, Master from Triple will be looking to get that anchor point set up in towards the zone. But of course, Nacho right there to welcome them in as the shots come through. The connection is made, and Master gets knocked right on down. The rest of the squad here from G3 also going to be looking to move on in. But now Pramar gets traded off as Petrox comes through. Ooh, Thor now also feeling the pressure. Meanwhile, G3 continuing to supply the shot on towards Virtual. It is going to be Zeus and Alphalugi now looking to get a good position up in towards the zone. But as we can see, there's not a lot of options for them really to utilize. It is going to be Thor, AWAM looking to ride the storm. They know what's up ahead. They know there's players. There's a lot of potential carnage just lying in wait. But now 1 million also getting set up not too far away. But with that beautiful angle onto Flacco, down he goes. Thor coming in, swinging. Meanwhile, Nacho Buren positioned up ahead. But it is going to be up to Nacho to try and bring that res in. Fortunately for them, they are in zone. But the blue zone now going to start eating away at Triple and Virtual Gaming's health bars. It is, of course, Zeus, the final player left for the side there of Virtual Gaming. But look at this Nacho now quickly reacting there, sending the shots out. Thor out in the open. Will he be able to survive? Just up ahead, finds a good angle on towards 1 million as well. But once those shots get fired, it is going to be absolute chaos on Lusail. But now let's see. Oh, a little bit of trigger discipline. Trying to bring in a little bit of a punch before that blue zone catches up. But unfortunately, it is the end as Knight quickly puts an end to their plays there. Meanwhile, we have a little bit more action unfolding onto the players there from Blackjack, as we did see Zane getting sent back, but now G3 continuing to fight. 1 million right here alongside them. Down goes one. Black Glass though. Knight alongside him. E-Flex also there to provide a little bit of insistence. But up comes Nacho now looking for those openings, getting ready to strike their way on forward. Virtual Gaming swinging on through as well. But with that, Zeus getting traded off Nacho and Buden, the last two hopeful, so low on health. But fortunately, those third-party shots continuing to rain on down.
Everyone making the rotations into the zone. We can see Cryptics even getting involved as well as they find Darkness, who have just a bit of a foothold into the zone. Intruder now, the only team really to work with some compounds here, but they still have to push up into the zone. The rest of the teams now slowly but surely picking themselves apart here, as unfortunately, they have to run down that ridgeline. They have to get themselves into the zone, and unfortunately, that means that they're going to go straight into a couple of crosses. They do not want to be finding themselves here. So far, we're down to 4 teams in a matter of seconds. And the rest of the teams, they're looking for that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, here we go now. It is 1 million G3 and Intruder position up in towards the north. Oh, no one positioned in the zone. Everyone trying to play the high ground. Nacho, the last one left now for G3 as Wise comes through with the devastation onto Buden. But now let's see if Nacho will be able to play it out. Doesn't even spot the plays coming through, and down they go. G3 packing their bags. It is going to be 1 million and an Intruder fighting out in the zone for those positions. Of course, Cryptics having one of their players positioned out in the blue. So they are trying to pull off that heel strat, potentially looking to pick up a second place once again. It is going to be a Weiss now just flinging themselves out of the vehicle, getting ready for the fight. Hembo, meanwhile, will get traded. Down goes Knight. Dexter, the next one up. Cryptics getting sent away in third place. And now it is a fight between Intruder and 1 million for that winner chicken dinner. But look at that. E-Flex getting traded. Dexter, the last remaining hopeful for the team. It is now going to be Intruder looking to push on forward. Will they be able to close that out? Down goes White, and down goes the entirety of the players from 1 million. Intruder walking away with the winner chicken dinner. And alongside that, 11 eliminations to their name. So beautiful performance coming through from Intruder Africa. That, of course, being their first winner chicken dinner right here in the finals. What a way to pull it off. But, of course, some very much needed points being brought in there by Intruder.
And another team, of course, to get themselves a winner chicken dinner on the first day of the finals. 4 games down, and so far 4 different winners. We've been doing pretty well so far. Are the teams going to still be shifting, or are we going to see some consistency coming through? I mean, first day of finals, I feel like the teams are really showing their cards here. We are seeing a few, change-ups coming through in terms of the strategies they're taking. Even the drop sites, even the way that they're disengaging, they're re-engaging, and some really good focus being placed on the goal, on the objective of today, which is to get as many points as possible. Those consistencies that have to come through, even with Cryptics. I mean, leaving Senke in the zone, getting themselves into center zone, trying to get a little bit of damage done, maybe some eliminations, while Senke just tries and stays alive up into that 3rd place. So placement points for them, basically guaranteed. Fantastic. And maybe they pick up some eliminations along the way. Again, consistency is the key.
Yeah, and of course, getting that foundation work laid down. And that is what we see a lot of the teams really trying to do here today. And so far, we see varying levels of success, but we've had some beautiful runs coming in through for a lot of these players. I mean, what an performance that was coming through from Intruder. They started off this match with only 8 points to their name, right? And here they come, clutching a beautiful winner chicken dinner. That now just catapults them up the standings, and they could find themselves really well situated on that first page. But of course, we'll have to wait a little bit before we see not only how many points they were able to find, but how that then impacts the overall rankings. But of course, we also have a few of those highlights from this past match. So again, I mean, Sanhok, just as the first match, it is just absolutely chaotic, but we do see a little bit of a better approach coming through from the teams, right? The whole play over on Sanhok was a lot more calculated. And just to show a little bit of that, let's hop into the highlights. Some beautiful plays coming in there once again. It's so great to see Intruder picking up that winner chicken dinner. But what I also noticed is that there was a lot of utility use in the earlier stages of the game. And as we made it into those later phases, that's where we didn't see as much of those grenades and mollies really being put to use. A lot of smoke grenades, however, still making their way on through, but that is kind of what we would be expecting. But it's different. It's different to see the teams taking a little bit of a different approach. But of course, speaking about approaches, let's take a look at the match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure coming in this last match. And of course, as we know, Intruder coming in with that winner chicken dinner, sitting on a grand total of 26. But of course, 1 million esports putting in a very strong push, sitting on 13 eliminations and 25 total points.
Getting involved with those third parties sometimes does yield a little bit of success, as we can see. Cryptics making sure they're getting those placements as well, picking up 3 eliminations as they eventually did get into the zone to stir a little bit of the pot. G3 Tempest staying consistent as well. 8 placements, 7 eliminations, not bad, not bad. We start to trickle down the rest of the leaderboard, going onto that second page as well. 8th place had 5 points. If we go into the next page, you can see, I mean, in terms of Sanhok, there's a little bit of a spread coming through, but it's fairly top heavy this time around, with Intruder and 1 million taking the only double-digit elimination points and making sure they are having some huge points to boost themselves on those overall rankings, which I think is going to be key. It's going to always be key as we go through the rest of these finals. And 5 points to 3 points up to Triple Esports. So it starts to trickle down a little bit. Some of the teams not having as much success as they would have wanted. Super Young Stars, it's unfortunate. There's a couple of bubbles there. That disengagement maybe didn't go quite how they would have wanted.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see definitely how the teams are taking their approaches here. And I mean, a lot of the, as you said, the teams sitting higher up on that leaderboard, are really coming in quite heavy with those eliminations. But we also see Umbra and Masters still putting in the efforts. They're still bringing in those points. And of course, it was a little bit of a less satisfying match, at least for the players there coming through from the Super Young Stars. But it's interesting the dynamics we're seeing here, right? Teams step up with winner chicken dinners, and then after that, things are a little bit tougher as there's a little bit of an adjustment being made across the board. But let's hop over into the overall rankings to see how much of an adjustment it is. Of course, 1 million still holding strong onto pole position with 76 points. That is 33 points ahead of where Cryptics currently find themselves, up in second place. Then, of course, we got G3, Super Young Stars, Intruder, and Darkness still very much hot on their heels. And you can also add Virtual Gaming into the mix on that. Again, there's still a lot of contention coming in on this first page, but also over on towards the second page as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's so close. It's still so close. A good game could mean that you're finding yourself in pole position. As we see, the second page is no exception to that. I mean, most of the teams sitting on, equal points. 24-24 for Slime, for KT and Lusail. 22 equal for Triple and Masters. So huge opportunities, and the teams are slowly but surely picking up those points. Again, some of them not having as huge leaps as the rest. We can see Team Unique, a little bit of consistency coming through, picking up a point here and there, and the rest of the teams as well. I mean, huge opportunities for some of the teams, but it's going to be crazy to see how everyone is still picking it up. Everyone is still, really packing that envelope to see how far they can really push it until it breaks and until they might have to reassess. But for some of the teams, it's working out. I mean, we're seeing some great success coming through from third parties, great eliminations coming through. It's going to be very interesting to see how we move on to our next Miramar, if that's still going to be the case.
Yeah, there's still going to be a lot on the table for the teams to try and work with. And of course, as we know, next up is going to be a little bit of that Miramar action. So be sure to let us know on social media. Who do you think is going to be the next team to pick up this winner chicken dinner as we make our way in towards Miramar? Of course, you can hit us up on Facebook and Instagram. You can search for the PUBG Mobile Esports.Africa pages and tell us what your thoughts are with regards to that. But of course, we know aside from hearing what the thoughts are, we also have that lucky drop coming in for the viewers over on the PUBG Mobile Africa YouTube and Facebook pages. Of course, the questions will be posted in the chat. You can see the one over on the Africa side where they post the question. All you got to do is answer that, give your guess best, and with that, of course, include your player ID, and you could be walking away with a few of those lovely skins we saw there. But with that, of course, we are now also going to be making our way into a quick break while we get ready for that desert action. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break.
That grenade made you feel good, man. Oh, okay, but now you know you've got to have to cross on over. Nice spray, nice angle held down. Vortex going to be doing quite a good amount of work. We'll try and confirm those kills.
Yeah. Six as we've seen today so far already, just bringing in a strong play, but now will it be enough for Zero Tolerance to try and secure that position? They do have... Ooh.
Oh, it was so close.
Oh.
They cannot afford to not get this win. Otherwise, it's pretty much GG. Will not be going into the finals. Spotted out. Sanhok gets it. You need to flush that kill. You need those points. Every point makes a difference. Flush it out, please. You can get the information on Malcolm putting down the low HP.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals Day 1. We're getting ready to move into our fifth match of the day. So far, we've been seeing the teams going absolutely crazy. Of course, we've concluded our first and second Sanhoks of the day. Now we're getting ready to move into our second Miramar of today. We know before we did see the players from 1 Million Esports coming in with a winner chicken dinner, but who will be the team to rise to the occasion this time around, heading straight up in it towards Miramar? Of course, before we move in to find out, we got to give a big shout out going out to Monster Energy, the official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now we get to see what the teams are going to be doing this time around. Of course, curious to see what that flight path is going to be bringing. We know first time around, it was a little bit more of a centralized flight path, not being too devastating for the teams, but we did, however, see a beautiful eastern shift coming through over on towards that first initial zone. And this time around, looking at what we have coming in for the flight path, it's going to be pretty exciting to see what the teams are going to be doing this time around.
Yeah, we went from east all the way to the western side, heading over towards Los Higos, basically, as we are just cutting the map, you know, a little bit, not in half even. It's like we're cutting it into a corner here. So, unfortunately for some of the teams who might really favor those eastern sides, like Impala, you know, maybe even there towards Puerto, we saw a few teams really working there in the previous games. They're going to have to maybe look at an alternative drop site this time around. Miramar is absolutely huge, and the teams want to find themselves central zone. And zone, of course, is going to be the question on our minds. Are we going to have another crazy shift? Either east, maybe north, maybe south, who knows?
Oh, yes, who knows? All we can do is guesstimate from this point on forward. But of course, we'll find out soon enough where exactly that first initial zone will be taking us. We can see a few teams already starting to make their way on out, exploring the options, because Zero Tolerance actually pushing all the way over on towards that far northwestern side, with Super Young Stars pushing straight up in towards Pazo. But now, Flight Path nearly done and dusted. You see Myth moving up in towards Monte Nuevo. We got Cryptics going for the usual up in towards Val del Mar. But we're not seeing a lot of hot drop action, which is good. It means the teams are really calculated. But of course, look at that zone. It is up towards the north. That is what we love to see. The spanners being thrown into the works, and the teams now really having to come up with more dynamic ways to find themselves beautifully set up into that zone.
Oh, a little bit of shift has to happen here, as you mentioned. And a few of the teams that really do, work the southern sides of the zones, they're going to have a bit of a fun rotation. But again, for now, the east has opened up, and we will see how the rest of the teams who already find themselves in zone are going to make those shifts once again, which we saw previously as well. Even though they find themselves in zone now, they might not be there later on.
Yeah, definitely might not be there later on. But, well, of course, what will be there later on is still the lucky drop. So be sure to head on over into the live chat if you have not yet participated. We see the questions in the chat, and that is all based on, how much you've seen of PMPL so far. So be sure to check out those questions, pop in your answer. Be sure to include your player ID alongside that as well. And, of course, now we'll continue to see what the teams are going to be doing and where they're going to be dropping on in, and whether or not their location was their own particular lucky drop.
We'll see how it works out for a few of these teams. We do see a little bit of scatters coming through here. I mean, between Umbra, we've got a few flecks of blue, which don't look too familiar to them. Of course, it is Triple Esports, just with one at least spread out for the time being. And the rest of the teams still looking to regroup and get themselves set up into this fantastic zone that we've been gifted here for the time being. For KT, I mean, they've pretty much been left to their own devices there towards that northern side, have pretty much the whole line here to work with, so they can have some nice peaceful rotations for the time being. We'll see if that stays the way, of course, because a few of these teams might want to make some of those more unusual rotations. We know there was crazy clusters happening here in the previous zones, so trying to avoid those early engagements might be the key for especially some of the teams we find on the second page of our overall rankings so far.
Yeah, but also one thing that could be quite useful for teams here is a good amount of adaptability, right? That ability to quickly adjust to a few things not particularly working out how they would have liked. And we do see a lot of those split players coming through. I mean, Triple, Umbra, all taking very spread out approaches with regards to that southern side of the zone. But now it's all going to come down to how the teams will look to adapt themselves and how they're going to be looking to rotate further on forward. We do see, of course, Unique and G3 also in relative close proximity, but 1 million with Chicken Dinner winners from the first round over on Miramar. Now just making their way through the lovely Minas Generales, and again, it's a nice little bit of tranquility, at least here for them, as they can go about their business, get themselves looted before looking to rotate further in towards the zone. But for now, I'm curious to see if we're going to have any teams maybe moving all the way towards Oasis that we have all the way in that far northern side. Definitely Slime relatively close to that, and also it could be an option coming through here for Zero Tolerance. But now that we have so many teams positioned down on towards that southern side, where will they go? Because we know the terrain is quite challenging up towards the north. A lot of mountainous regions there. So I'm looking forward to seeing where these teams are going to be looking to pull into.
And again, they don't have the information we do, which is why we normally would see them using that 3-1 split, getting a little bit of scouting position out there, get some information, see what sort of route they can take in. I mean, right now we're seeing, Junkyard looking pretty open for the time being, and that's sort of where it starts to end. Maybe even a split between Montenegro and Picado, a little bit of a split just behind Umbra, potentially. But of course, we know Umbra not far behind with Triple Esports. So looking at the rotations here, I mean, Intruders and Blackjack towards Los Leones, and of course, Darkness, who have to take, I think, the longest rotation all the way there from Los Higos, maybe towards that eastern side. It's going to be a bit of a journey for them, but we'll see how they're going to make it work. Of course, we can see Whiskey already scouting out the positions here. As you can see, some great positioning within the zone. I mean, that southern band really looking quite contested, and the team's looking pretty comfortable. They don't have, they're not fighting for space. they have some plenty space to work with. So we'll see how the rest of the teams who are trying to now join the party are going to make their rotations.
Yeah, they do have some plenty space. I have to agree with
Plenty
you on
space.
that. But yeah, now it's all down to how they are going to be using the plenty space that they've got to utilize up ahead. And of course, Slime all the way up north, just chilling up in towards Torre Ahumada. So, I mean, they looking so chill, so cool, so calm. You know, not a wonder, not a worry in the world. I mean, we got Storm even venturing all the way out towards Campo Militar. So again, I'm expecting at least a good setup to come through from the side of Slime. You know, seeing that they've had quite a lot of opportunities to go about it and make sure that they're well set up to move into these next few phases. Also, Lusail just a little bit further down south from their position, holding up towards Cruz del Val. But now, again, they looking comfortable. The rest of the lobby, not so much, right? Because they're going to have to try and push their way on through. We do see a few options being explored there by the players coming through from Masters Esports. But the same can be said, of course, for the players there from Super Young Stars, also moving in a very similar kind of direction. But we're not seeing any heavy commitments coming through to those far northern reaches. G3 just holding on to smack dab center zone, right? They're in a good spot. They don't want to move, and that's fine because you know, they are quite successful when it comes to Miramar itself. And there's a lot of experience that they've been showing coming through on Miramar, but it's all going to come down to how they are going to be looking to utilize that. Of course, Masters Esports and Umbra finding themselves right here on the edge of the hill, with Masters Esports not looking to get into any unnecessary fights just yet. Meanwhile, rather going to be looking to get themselves into a stronger position in that zone.
Absolutely. And I mean, for some of the other teams, getting themselves into zone would be a little bit easier now that we've seen some of those shifts coming through in towards the center zone. As you said, not a lot of teams really focusing the northern side. It's, again, that central band that's really getting congested, which means the southern side has at least opened up. You can see Triple Esports Virtual Gaming now finding a nice angle in. Even Cryptics there towards El Pozo, they're getting themselves a nice, easy rotation into the zone, which is fantastic for them. It's still Darkness, unfortunately. That's all the way south, who still has to find themselves something to work with here. Intruders as well in the zone, but the rest of the teams are going to be finding some success because the teams have moved up into, I guess, the best position for those rotations, because we don't know. Is it going to take a huge shift towards Oasis? Maybe that would be kind of crazy. I would kind of like to see that happening. Or maybe it's going to head a little bit more west, east, south. I mean, even the center zone, plenty of opportunities here for Miramar to really throw a wrench in the works. I do say, though, that sort of southeastern side, sorry, is looking a little crazy.
But of course, now that zone shift coming in, still having Oasis being an option there for the teams. You can see Zero Tolerance now just exploring their own options up towards the north. And of course, Slime not having to move. The same can be said coming through for the players there from Lusail. Yes, the southern side is still going to be a little bit of a treacherous kind of region to play. So we've got Blackjack alongside Intruder. Then, of course, 1 Million and Darkness making their way up in towards the zone. Triple Esports just a slight bit ahead of them, currently situated within the zone. And it does seem like AWAM, maybe a little bit of a AFK or something happening there. But what is that, though? I mean, the reverb just rolling on through over the hills. Off they go. Not a worry in the world, as they now also look for a bit of a potential option to call home, at least for the time being. But this is, again, where that positional setup is going to be quite essential. Seeing that we still have all 16 teams in. Yes, we are 10 minutes into this match. And that means that there's not going to be a lot of space as we continue through these phases, because we can see second phase is only 20 seconds away from that blue zone starting to close on in. And then it's up to the third phase, less space, same amount of teams, and a lot more pressure.
Oh, absolutely. And the teams, there's still a few that are still in zone. I mean, you've got 1 Million in Darkness who still have to find themselves something to work with. I mean, Cruz del Val, of course, is the only open spot at the moment, but they don't know that. They don't. They have to find that out for themselves. And what else do we need to find out? We need to see who's going to be the reigning champion between Super Young Stars and Masters, or who's going to continue to the rest of the map, as unfortunately it's been a knock each on either side. And Joker just driving on around, trying to get a little bit of information, as Charla there on the back line, trying to find something to work with here. Otherwise, I don't know. It's not looking too great here for Masters. They're getting quite a bit of pressure with this 2-2 split from Super Young Stars.
Yeah, and now it's all down to how Super Young Stars are going to be looking to make this push. They are coming in with a little bit of a split. A good off angle there from Charlotte to be holding, but now it's the pressure is on Joker and Cronboy to kind of try and create a bit of a distraction or decide whether or not they're going to look to disengage. But they still have to be quite cautious. As we can see, it's going to be a beautiful angle now coming in there as Ilias quickly looks to pop down on towards them. But fortunately for them, we've got Lashin and Chala just holding those cover angles. But now a quick reposition coming through as we do see the players from Super Young Stars looking to move a little bit further on towards that western side. Meanwhile, a lot of rotations still making their way through. Zero Tolerance, Cryptics heading closer in towards that potential Oasis play. But Umbra now finding themselves over on towards that that more southern side of that we can say, right, off the zone. It's north of where San Martin is and also just south of water treatment, but still an interesting position to be in. They have control of this ridge line, but also now they've got a little bit of a line of sight on towards Zeus, but the rest of the players now from Virtual Gaming still to make a rotation.
Oh, absolutely. And again, keeping your heads on swivels here because anyone could get involved, even Triple Esports. As we've now confirmed, AWAM is not going to be joining them here, but still 3 apiece. So they have a little bit of space to work with here. Again, that central band, just as you mentioned, a little bit of the southern side of the zone is looking a little crazy. That zone now shifting up and really favoring the likes of Masters, G3, Unique, even just towards the edge with Super Young Stars. And Oasis, unfortunately, just the edge of it now being confirmed out. We'll see how the rotation is going to come through. Even Cryptics behind Zero Tolerance. Oh!
Yeah, and of course, we do see a little bit of that confirmation now coming through there as the first hits find their way on in right on towards Marshall. That is a bit of a devastating blow getting down to the side there of Cryptics, but of course, now it's all down to how these positions will pan out for them. Hate now trying to hold up that defensive line. Some beautiful line of sight, as you can see, right there in the far northern reaches of this map. And of course, Lazy Boy, Senke, Carry Boy, the 3 remaining hopefuls now for Cryptics to look and find a bit of a position. Lazy Boy, of course, already within the zone, so it's now up to the rest of the squad to kind of rotate up alongside them. But, I mean, this is just up north, right? A very spread out engagement, a very selected kind of fight coming through here as well. But, of course, more center zone, it is going to be G3, Umbra fighting it out, and several more teams looking to move in. We've got the players from Masters, Myth, we've got Virtual Gaming, we've got Triple, we've got Unique, we've got Slime. Everyone just moving themselves closer and closer into an absolute chaotic potential play there. But, of course, if we look over on towards the slight eastern side, right, it is going to be Unique and Slime for KT. Slime still looking to get themselves a little bit more established in the zone, but it is a good position for them to play, right? We got Lusail still having to also cross that kind of that valley of doom they have set up ahead of them. And if Slime play this one well, they could actually, you know, deal quite a few blows to the side there of Lusail. But I mean, Lusail still being quite some distance away can afford to rotate around and maybe look to come in from that more northern side. But again, Lusail needs to be careful because we've got 1 million and Cryptics positioned just up ahead of them.
Oh, absolutely. Many rotations are having to be made as Darkness also still has to join the party. Same can be said for Intruder. Still, every single team is represented on Miramar so far. We've got 3 zones in, still plenty of teams not looking to go out anytime soon. They don't want to take 0 placement points. They want to get some huge opportunities to climb those leaderboards. Now Carryboy getting some great information here towards Black Loss, who's going to jump out with the duo in hand, looking to take out Carryboy. But again, third party opportunity here for Lusail as Watson finds Black Loss, and now all of a sudden Knight just has to focus on what's up ahead of them, and that is Carryboy, who's going to be doing enough, finding the knock, and now all of a sudden 1 million down to 2. And I do not see an opportunity for them to really get these reses going here, as Dexter is a little bit up further on, and having to turn back now would be a bit of a death sentence.
Yeah, it definitely would be. But of course, the only way they can look is forward. So fortunately, Dexter, quite some distance away from the fight here. Now it is on to Lusail to try and, you know, just pick up a few of those easy eliminations. Of course, Carryboy caught in a bit of a pinch, still having to try and get out of the situation. But fortunately, Senke a slight bit further up ahead, just ahead of where that blue zone currently is. Of course, zone sitting over on towards that slight eastern side, and this is going to be making it quite comfortable now for Unique. as well as the players there from Umbra, G3, just to hold on to those current angles. Meanwhile, the defensive play is still coming up north, but Umbra, you got to keep an eye on that timer. As we know, only 20 seconds remain on the clock before that zone is going to start moving up, and with that, we see the players from Lusail now opting into the vehicles, getting ready to reposition and rather await the players from Cryptics from within that zone. Well, at least that's the case for at least one of the players coming through there from Lusail. As we can see, Wanted now moving up. Salam also hopping in the vehicle. So it's good to have that bit of an anchor point set up, you know, in the zone itself. Meanwhile, Dexter will get spotted and get traded off by Lord, and it is now Umbra looking to just assert their dominance in towards that more centralized region. We got the players, of course, from Triple Esports over on towards the east. We got Intruder down towards the south, as well as G3. And then Super Young Stars rolling in from the north. So Umbra in a very tight spot right here.
Oh, absolutely. And same can be said for many of the other teams. We can see Unique also being surrounded with both Blackjack and 4KT finding themselves in the zone here. A couple of shots being exchanged. They're in the kill feed. And as we can see, Virtual Gaming now unfortunately feeling the brunt of the action. Is it all down to Zeus fighting up against the two? Oh, actually, Petrox is still alive. So, opportunities here. Where now? It's all down to them. Trying to find the angle here. Zeus is going to be peeking and prodding, and the connection is going to be made. All of a sudden, Virtual Gaming are going to be taking out the Miramar absolute, you know, aficionados of G3 Temper. So they're not going to be in the second Miramar. Cryptics, one of the other teams that we normally do look like, they are in the zone, well, in the map, but only one player in the zone, with the others still trying to find an angle in. So we might be looking at something else. Who knows, DK? Again, we knew finals was going to be surprising.
Yeah, it is going to be surprising, of course. As we can see now, it is going to be a fight for this northern territory, right? We got Gary Boy completely isolated. Lazy Boy positioned much further up in towards the zone. But with that, it is the end of the road as that knock comes into Gary Boy. The confirmation also getting followed up right alongside that. And now Zero Tolerance and Lusail are in a position where they get to decide whether or not they want to push or engage. But ideally, hopefully, we'd see them move a little bit further forward. Wanted already being set up within that zone. Oh. So it is now going to be on other players here from Zero Tolerance to make that push. Meanwhile, the fighting continues in zone. As we can see, the feet now just starting to light on up Vortex. And also getting caught out on the edge of the cliff there. Not a great position to be in, but fortunately, the vehicle does provide a little bit of cover. Enough so that they can strike down on towards Boyka and send that vehicle up in smoke. But here we go, Vortex now trying to make that dash, and up comes the hits, the sprays. Ooh, down they go once and getting traded. Salam now just quickly trying to adjust that health bar, but the rush comes through. Wanted is down, so all the pressure is on to Salam. Zero Tolerance having no tolerance with the players here from Lusail, but Salam looking to bounce back, and with that, Skydo swings on through. Down goes Lusail. The zone takes a beautiful shift further down south, and now the fighting has to continue. As we can see, players here from Umbra as well as Intruder a little bit further up ahead, but up north it is going to be Masters just hammering away now at Zero Tolerance. And of course, the players here from Super Young Stars are going to be looking at their options towards the players there from Umbra, but of course they still have to get themselves into zone. Zero Tolerance now having to pack their bags, making their way back into the lobby, walking away with 8 points on the board. But now, Masters Esports going to be looking to apply that pressure onto the Super Young Stars.
Oh, absolutely. Huge opportunity for Masters also to have a little bit of a leap on the overall rankings, which they definitely are looking for. Super Young Stars sitting in 4th place right now. They've got a little comfort to work with, but how comfortable can they be if Ilias is throwing a couple of shots like that? A little bit of a duck and dive has to happen here as Charla hits the ground, trying to get the health at least up to where it needs to be as the rest of Masters comes on through and the shots are exchanged. Beautiful shots happening here. As you can see, the feed is absolutely lighting up, and Masters with a full team looking to take out Super Young Stars, with Cryptics being confirmed as well. We're down to 8 teams, and any of these 8 teams can potentially take it.
Yeah, any of these 8 teams can definitely take it. And I mean, look at the players here from Masters and Virtual and Unique, still sitting on full squads each. Of course, Slime4 KT also having 4 players in, but they do have that knock currently in their camp. Meanwhile, it is going to be Myth trying to hold on alongside the players here from Blackjack. Of course, Blackjack already sitting on those 5 eliminations. Myth down to 2. It is going to be Farok on the front line alongside Broly. But will they be able to clutch it out? Lelouch, of course, is going to be leading out for the time being. Fortunately, teammates right there to provide that helping hand. But now MG keeping up the angles here. Trying to third-party peek, but all they can see is, of course, the players from Virtual Gaming a little bit further down towards that southern side. So it is not the most ideal position for MG to be in, but it's okay because Reverb has been able to pull that res off. Meanwhile, it is going to be the end of the road for Masters, as we do see quite a few hits now raining down on towards them, and with that, we are down to only 7 remaining teams. Blackjack still patiently waiting to see what is going to come through from the side here of Myth. And with that, Reverb steps up. Also, Zeus also coming in from behind. And with that, it is the end of the road. Virtual Gaming landing the devastation onto Myth. Oh, but now they turn their sights onto Blackjack. Beautiful ranged assault coming through here. But of course, both Blackjack and Virtual now still having to reposition. Intruder finding themselves beautifully set up. Smack dab center zone. Umbra just north of that.
I do love the spread coming through here from Virtual Gaming. Plenty of opportunity for them to get involved, to start peeking and prodding here, as we do expect from Miramar. Long-range assaults are coming through. 4KT now, unfortunately, being confirmed back into the lobby. We'll see how they can snake their way back into the last game of the day. But for the time being, Unique having to make a rotation into zone. And unfortunately, between Umbra and, of course, potentially even Blackjack, it's going to be a tough time to do so. They have to trek down the ridgeline here in the open if they want to find themselves a little bit of that zone action here. So unfortunately, that does mean that for Umbra right now, they've set themselves up with a beautiful line of sight both towards Unique and Blackjack. Well, Intruders and Virtual Gaming, they might have something to say about that.
Yep, they definitely will have something to say about that, of course. Intruder, I mean, they are center zone, but it's not the easiest center zone to be holding, right? You can't really see much from that position. Meanwhile, it is now going to be Virtual Gaming hammering away there at Blackjack, but of course also Intruder popping off a quick shot in retaliation as well. Meanwhile, it is now still, again, up to Virtual Gaming, 8 eliminations under their belt, finding the angles on towards MG. Down they go, Petrox, beautiful shooting. But now, it is the last one left for Blackjack. It is going to be Lelouch, as we can see, just huddling down up behind those rocks. Unique now also coming under fire as Umbra lays it down. Zeus sends one up in towards Omar. Down they go. Lelouch with a quick retaliation on towards Rauf. And with that, it is the end of the road as Intruder gets confirmed up and down to 4 teams. We go. Virtual Gaming looking absolutely phenomenal. 4 players still up. Umbra sitting on 3. Unique sitting on 3. And Blackjack sitting right there on Lelouch. About to get touched by the blue, but of course they have to move. But now Virtual not going to be making that easy for Lelouch.
Look, it was a good opportunity for Unique. A little bit of that action towards the middle side of the zone did mean they could get closer and closer. But unfortunately, Virtual Gaming, they've reset just in time. Between them and Umbra, I do not see how Unique are going to make this happen.
Yeah, let's see whether or not... they're going to be looking to close it up, of course, with that. It is going to be Chills getting traded. Scope now just holding up on the ridge. Virtual Gaming looking to move on forward. That zone closing up as well. The next shift is imminent. And Lelouch coming under fire. Down they go as Zeus closes it up for Blackjack. Shadowwind now cooking up those nades. Looking to see if they can find a potential spot on towards Unique as the zone has now moved up in favor of Umbra. All they got to do is just hold on to this position and just defend it. And this could be a little bit of a potential play for them, really, because we've got Unique and Virtual both having some good lines of sight on each other. And Umbra, they just got to wait and try and pick off and prioritize either of these 2 opposing teams still to move into that zone.
Oh, the angle, the feet right on the other side of the van. Winky just dodging and diving, hoping to stay alive, but it's just the toe. It's just the toe that sticks out. And POZ is going to find it. So now down to Scope, it goes for Team Unique.
Oh, and it's sometimes just a toe that is the differentiating factor between a winner chicken dinner and second place. But here we go now. Virtual Gaming getting ready to mount their assault onto the side there of Umbra. As we can see, one shot sending out that nade. Oh, it's getting really close to Umbra. As we see Morteza, Shadowwind, and PRZ now just trying to spread themselves out with that Winky now getting traded off. It is down to Scope for the side of Unique. But Umbra trying to cover as many of these angles as they possibly can. Virtual, of course, opting for a little bit more of a spread approach. Here they come. Morteza almost having a beautiful line there. Down goes Scope as he gets traded off. It is going to be Umbra and Virtual fighting it for the finish. Of course, Virtual already sitting on 12 eliminations. Umbra sitting on 4. But Virtual Gaming also then having the numbers advantage. They have 4 players up against the final 3. But now it's all going to come down to how they take these engagements. Zeus getting traded as Shadow and finds a beautiful angle. One shot, Petrox right there in the bowl. Just trying to ride that ridge, trying to see if they can sneak their way on forward. Up comes one shot. Shadow and PRZ ready to welcome them in. Of course, the molly is getting sent out. Oh, just overshoots by a margin. So close to Petrox there, and one shot almost being quite devastating right in towards them. But of course, now it is going to be that final shuffle. Blue Zone continuing to move on in. 8th phase is probably going to pop in between both these teams. So it is going to be a first come, first serve. The first player to get spotted is probably going to be the first one to get knocked. I mean, we've seen this happen so many times, but now it is that standoff time, right? Virtual, still very spread out, not having a clear line of sight as to where Umbra is, but the same is true for Virtual as well, right? Both ways, neither of these teams know exactly where the opposing team is currently situated. They've got a pretty good guesstimation as there's only so many options left, but of course out comes those nades, the bans flying in as well. Oh, come on, no one getting hit. We just see flying pans all over the place, but Petrox with the AWAM in hand, that could be quite devastating, regardless whether or not it's long range or close range. But I'm liking this this movement coming through from Virtual, right? Just trying to see all these kind of rises, wanting to spot any of those potential angles. With that, the first hit coming through on towards PRZ. Shadowin, unfortunately, right there, able to provide some assistance, but can't put out the flames as the molly comes through, and now it is up to Morteza to get that push going. But unfortunately, it is the end of the road as the Blue Zone deals with Morteza, and with that, Virtual Gaming walk away with the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely great to see that happen. Of course, one of the teams we also said we are going to be looking at, as they've been showing some great potential, and now they did it. They picked up the winner chicken dinner right here on Miramar.
This is what we love to see. We knew that they were pretty good on Sanhok. We knew that's really where we started taking a focus onto what Virtual Gaming were doing and how they've changed up into the Super Weekends. But coming into the finals, a Miramar change has come for them. I actually am a little bit blown away at the fact that we've had 5 different maps actually so far, and 5 different winners. You know, the fact that that's coming through on finals just shows to me once again how this competition level has just stepped it up another step. And again, the cards that we were waiting for these teams to show, you know, the strategies that they were maybe keeping in their back pockets are finally being shown. And it's crazy to think that all of a sudden, I mean, stats are out the window. You don't know who's going to be taking the next map. You don't even know who's going to be taking the finals. So it's crazy to think, it's crazy to see, and we've still got one more map to witness.
I mean, it's pure insanity unfolding on the battlefield right here. And I mean, things were already pretty close coming through the respective Super Weekends. But moving into the finals, it's so great to see the teams really coming into their own, right? Stepping up, owning their performances on the battlefield. And it's resulting in some really phenomenal performances across the board. As you've said, we've seen 5 different teams picking up those respective winner chicken dinners. And I mean, who knows? Maybe that's a trend that we're going to be seeing be consistent right here in the finals. Only time, of course, will tell exactly how that is going to be going. But so far, some really satisfying PUBG being brought in by all the teams participating right here in the finals. All 16 teams stepping it up, just looking to play the best possible games they can. But of course, we know we've got a few of those highlights as well, getting ready to make their way on towards the screen. And I mean, again, we've seen a lot of those nades getting utilized and a lot of some beautiful range angles being utilized. I mean, it's been pretty devastating, but it's so great to see the teams just going to absolute town and just playing, you know, again, such beautiful PUBG.
So what we've come to expect in PMPL Africa. But of course, as you mentioned, we've got some highlights. So let's take a look and see what happened there towards Miramar.
It's really great to see how the teams just played the region, right? Because as I said before, like looking at where that zone had gone, it is such a challenging area to play. I mean, a lot of mountainous areas around them, a lot of valleys and dips and, peaks to try and utilize. And we saw that being particularly challenging for the teams, but it's always so great to see them making their way through that. And at the end, we have our winner. So again, some beautiful players being brought in there. But of course, now we got to look and see how that then looks on the leaderboard, right? What the match rankings are and how many points the teams were able to secure. As we know, Virtual Gaming walking away there with their winner chicken dinner and 14 eliminations.
Ooh.
Locked on in, putting them on 29 points, just one away from dropping a 30 bomb on us. And of course, Umbra also putting in a really strong effort there, as we can see those 16 points coming through. Team Unique also walking away with 16 points, but I wanted to say this before, right? I wanted to see Blackjack step it up. And here they are coming in with 15 points, 7 eliminations alongside those 8 placement points. So good job being done right there. And of course, Intruder, Slime, Myth, as well as Masters still trying to push those efforts. Unfortunately, Myth only managing to pick up 3 points.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a change coming through as we see, in terms of the placements, how these teams really went down. There's huge focus coming through with those engagements coming through. I mean, Zero Tolerance, we do see them on the second page in terms of placements, but they picked up 7 eliminations. Picking up those 8 points, it's going to be fantastic for them. I mean, they're already riding off of the momentum of a winner chicken dinner today, but now hopefully they are staying on that first page, as we will see eventually when we go to those overall rankings. Some of the other teams, maybe not feeling the success that they would have wanted. Triple Esports, 1 million, Darkness, a few teams to boot. 1 million, on the other hand, I'm not really worried about them. They've already made some huge games, huge points. So, I mean, if they drop this on Miramar, it's okay. Let's take a look at those overall rankings.
Yeah, of course, 1 million, really setting themselves up quite beautifully on this first day of the finals. Already 79 points locked in. That's quite great, right? So they're going to have a very comfortable day tomorrow, just looking to push that even further. Of course, Virtual Gaming also putting in the effort there, as we know,
Wow.
coming in with that winner chicken dinner alongside the 56 total points. So it's great to see that come in. But then we see Cryptics up in that third place, sitting on 48 points. We've got Intruder also with a chicken dinner. Umbra, G3 right there behind them. And of course, Super Young Stars as well as Zero Tolerance Skills also occupying their respective positions. But again, top 8 still relatively close, right? All the way from second down to that 8th position is still going to be very much neck and neck. And we see a lot of that kind of continuing as we move on towards our second page. There's 9 points separating 9th and 16th place. So it is very tight over on the second page.
Again, one good game could mean the difference between you finding yourself here in 16th place and maybe finding yourself in those top 8 positions. 1 million has been so consistent, picking up some huge points. But again, potential. There's always potential for these other teams to get involved. I mean, we've got one more match today. Then we've got another 12 for the rest of the weekend. So, I mean, 12 opportunities to get some points. Come on, it can definitely happen. So, absolutely, we're still on the edge of our seats. We don't know who's going to be taking it. We don't even know who's going to be taking the next map, let alone who's going to be taking the finals. So, definitely, absolute opportunities for your favorite teams and your favorite players to get themselves into pole position.
Yeah, definitely a lot of opportunities still lay ahead of the teams. And as you said, rightly so, right? We don't know who's going to be the team to pick up the final winner chicken dinner of today, which is going to be over onto Erangel. We did a quick face swap there. It's a thing, whatever it happens. But of course, we're getting ready to move on through the action there. So definitely some very satisfying positions coming through. I mean, it's great to see it being so close all the way across. I mean, the difference from third place all the way to 16th place, right? That is only 26 points. 26 points. One match could mean the difference between sitting over in 16th place or sitting up in third place. So beautiful things to see happening right here. But of course, also speaking about beautiful things, we have the lucky drop happening right up in the live chat on both Facebook and on YouTube. So be sure to head over to the PUBG Mobile Esports Africa channels to get into the live chat. You'll see the questions appearing in the live chat. Answer them alongside with of course, your player ID to stand a chance to walk away with a few of those lovely skins. And on that, we are then going to be making our way into our final break for today, because next up, it is going to be the last match. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back in a short few minutes. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Finals. This is day one, moving into our final match of the day. Of course, heading right over in towards Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing onto the battlefield and who's going to be the next team to pick up a little bit of that winner chicken dinner action. Of course, we've already been seeing 5 teams walking away with those respective chickens. So it has been an absolute crazy day so far, with the leaderboard still being very neck in neck all the way across. But of course, it is time for us to jump into the action to see what that flight path and zone will have in store for us. Now, before we move in, what zone do you want to see?
You know what zone I want to see, but I can't say what zone I'm going to see because then the zone is not going to go there. So, how do I say this? It's a zone that has no, I can't think of a way to say this discreetly. If I say anything, DK, the zone is just going to avoid me, so please don't let me say it.
I like putting the pressure on, right? But of course, speaking about pressure, we can see no pressure on the flight path whatsoever. It starts over in Georgia Pool, heading straight across over on towards Malta Power. There's our leaderboard on the side once again, in case you've missed it. And it will also be at the top of the screen in case you want to know the updates as it goes all the way on through the match. But of course, here we are now, right? The teams starting to make their way on down. Lusail heading up in towards that more North George kind of region. Cryptics, of course, going to be pushing straight in towards South Georgian Hospital. Nothing out of the ordinary there. We also see the players from Super Young Stars venturing quite far down towards that southern side. Potentially going to be rotating in towards Primorsk. Of course, that would all be decided once we see this first zone appearing. And I do think the zone that you are looking for is maybe a zone that rhymes with mouth, right? But who knows? Like, I didn't say anything alongside that. That is just a speculation coming through from me at this point in time. But we are about to find out exactly what that zone will have in store, and it's a little bit of that is there, but not 100%, right? There is still a potential option for that to come in, but we see smack dab center zone being Potato Hill. So it's a nice little bit of a change coming through here from the teams. At least it's not that far eastern zone that we had coming in the first match. But of course, you know, ain't nothing wrong with a nice little bit of a center zone.
Yeah, for the viewers watching, I want the zone to go where there is currently no one on a very special part of the island. But we'll see. I don't want to say it. I still don't want to say it. I feel like it's still possible, so I'm going to keep quiet. So until it shifts off, then I will explain myself. But yeah, as we're looking for the teams, I mean, some changes coming up in terms of the drop sites. We're seeing Masters not really going straight towards the military island because obviously they first have to get themselves some cars. It was a bit of a weird shift coming through for the flight path, so we still might see them go there, but they won't be joined by intruders who have, for the time being at least, favored Malta Power. So nice little bit of an interesting change up there. And of course, we do still have a couple of, opportunities for the winners as well to win a little bit of something else. So make sure you go to those official esports channels, Facebook and YouTube, answer the questions we're going to be throwing in chat, and make sure you include your player ID, and you could be walking away with a little bit of your own kind of winnings. But speaking of winnings, who's going to be the team to take this last winner chicken dinner? And are we once again going to have a different team? I'm kind of leaning towards it, but I also just want to see a little bit of that consistency coming through from at least one of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously day one, you want to see it as spread out as you possibly can, right? As we move into second day, that's where things start solidifying a little bit more of that consistent push coming through from teams. Who that will be, we don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but the one thing that we don't have to guess about is, where the zone is, at least for now, and where the teams find themselves currently working their way through their looting phase. And looking at where the teams have chosen to go, it is pretty standard procedure, nothing really out of the ordinary. Of course, Super Young Stars pushing all the way down to that far southern side. Slime again up in towards Yasnaya. Like, if you search Yasnaya in the dictionary, next to it, one of the teams listed there will be Slime, because we know, all the different regions have their players and teams that like to frequent this. And, well, at least for the Africa region, it is going to be Slime 4KT, the frequenters of that lovely Yasnaya area. But, again, now this is where we look to see what the rotations will bring on through. Of course, Umbra positioned up in towards the school apartments, also completely uncontested, and that is kind of the situation across the board. But second zone could bring a few interesting developments along with it, right? We know last time that we were right here over on towards the lovely Erangel. It was the players from the Super Young Stars picking up that winner chicken dinner. So who knows what the RNG and PUBG gods could have in mind for them this time around.
Yeah, crazy to think that we've had such a change up in terms of, not only the players getting those winner chicken dinners, but also the overall rankings. I mean, we started off, looking towards a different set of teams, and then we've had a few just jumping in again with 1 million currently being the most consistent, currently leading the pack in pole position. But is that going to be the case, and for how much longer is the question? We would love to have an answer, but we don't. So we're just going to have to watch some great PUBG Mobile and see what it's going to be. So speaking about Super Young Stars, finding themselves a little bit once again split up, most of it towards Promosk, and just teetering there towards Quarry as they do spot the players there of Triple Esports. Along the side, I mean, we've got a few other teams, just getting information for the time being, but not investing. They're not going to invest right now because we don't want early engagements. Early engagements lead to chaos and potentially lead to teams getting taken out earlier than what they obviously would have wanted. So respect still being applied and the team still playing it calculated, which I love to see. And again, it's that immediate shift, as we get into finals from Super Weekend, last night to today. I mean, DK, you could be the best person to speak about this. That immediate change in strategy and just the structure that comes in, it's beautiful to see it.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal to see the teams just, bringing in such a beautiful change up. And of course, we were anticipating something like this to happen, right? Because we saw that change up coming through from League play into Super Weekend. So it was kind of just, kind of standard. It was expected for teams to change it up, moving in from Super Weekend into finals. But the level to which they've done that, very, very satisfying. I mean, it has so far resulted in some really phenomenal performances, that we've been seeing so far. And this just in the first day, the first 5 matches being, great. It's such a satisfying match to watch, right? As they go through all 5 of the games we've seen so far. But now it's time for that final one. And again, the teams really showing that, that they've been able to implement what they've been learning through, all the Super Weekends and the days of gameplay that they've worked through, right? You can see it now coming through from the VOD reviews that have been done. Yes, is there a few things that could still be fixed? Obviously, that's always going to be the situation, right? But the amount of growth that we've been seeing so far, it is tremendous. And now, I mean, it's just pure entertainment erupting on the screen.
Absolutely, and it's been an exponential growth for these teams. It wasn't a slow growth for these teams. They really had to pick it up as quickly as they possibly can because everyone's doing the same case. And some teams came in with a bit more experience than the rest, which really just proves to be a fantastic level of competition for these teams to work with. Again, great for the region, great for these teams, and great for the players to really show what they have in store. And of course, the viewers, we just get treated. So let's take a look at some of the rotations that we currently have. Myth, a little bit of a 2-2 split up towards Potato Hill, right alongside G3 Temper and Team Umbra. As we can see, 1 million as well, making a little bit of a rotation just there towards the ridgeline. So plenty of opportunities for a couple of teams to get involved. As we know, Darkness is in the vicinity as well. So the center zone is looking a little bit congested. But again, teams not quite yet looking for those investments. They want to get good zones. They want to get good position. We're only in the first zone. We still have to see where it's going to shift.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait. That's all we can do. And so far things, I mean, there's nothing too much to really base any information on for the time being, right? At least like for the teams, because there's still a lot of space in between all of them, so they can't really get a clear line of sight on each other. But that is, of course, changing a little bit more into towards center zones. We can see we got 1 million, we got Myth, we got Umbra, we've got the players from Blackjack there as well. We got Darkness, we've got Intruder. Everyone now just looking to cram themselves in. And of course, we've only said goodbye to 1 player so far, so it is now just going to be absolute chaos as the teams look to make their way into this next phase once
Wow.
again. But, I mean, by the teams having to reposition into zone, there's not many. It's only going to be Cryptics, Lusail, Super Young Stars, and of course the players coming through there from the side of Masters Esports. So 4 teams. The other 12 teams already having a decent position within the zone for the time being. And now we could see a few teams, you know, maybe not too satisfied with where they are. So there could be a little bit more of that exploratory options coming through now.
I'll tell you what, I'm not satisfied with the zone. I wanted my southern zone. But it's fine. I will leave it. One day I will get it. One day we will see the action unfold. But for the time being, yeah, Masters is going to have to make that rotation in. Probably the longest rotation out of the rest of the teams. And when I say long, it's not crazy. But of course, 1 million now finding a little bit of an angle here towards Unique, who are just driving on by, jumping out of the cars and saying, how's it going? Finding a little bit of success. But those HP bars are not looking good on either side, as somehow, some way, Eflex manages to stay alive to get a knock onto Unique, who are now unfortunately having to let one of their players just stay back in the lobby as they make the rotations in right between not only 1 million but Blackjack Esports as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the team's really just starting to converge into the center point, right? This is what made this whole rotation coming through from Unique so risky, because they had to dodge 1 million, which meant they moved right in front of Blackjack. But also, being in front of Blackjack means that the players from Intruder also have a potential line of sight on towards them as well. So it's going to be an absolute hornet's nest here for them to try and get a successful rotation out of this. As we can see now, Chills and Sly quickly trying to just inch their way down the hill. Lelouch, of course, trying to hammer through with those blows. But fortunately for Unique, they're able to escape. But Morteza also just on the opposite end there. So again, a very risky rotation. Not a lot of options for the teams as to those locations they can move into. But also now, Intruder, they've been prompted by the engagement that they just saw unfolding right in front of their eyes. And they are going to be looking to just reposition themselves. Meanwhile, we do have the players from Darkness also now coming under a little bit of pressure, as we have Virtual Gaming positioned just south of them. But also, it is going to be Morteza having a line of sight in all, pretty much onto all the teams just up ahead. And now just having the luxury of choosing who to pick a fight with.
Oh, Chills might unfortunately be the victim of that, but yes, holding that school position here for Umbra can absolutely be huge. They can really get themselves some fantastic angles and great purview of what's happening around them. Cryptics, on the other side, they've taken a bit of a northern rotation there, north from Pachinki at least. So, I mean, they have opportunities here as well, but for the time being, they will be left to their own devices. Same can be said there for Lusail, up towards the actual north of the zone. The rest of the teams now making rotations in, and again, still that central cluster of teams is absolutely jam-packed with great potential and great chaos as well. We can see Intruders once again finding themselves in a ridge line. We saw how that ended for them on Miramar, so hopefully they'll be able to get a bit of a rotation happening here, or maybe get a bit of a better angle, because Slime 4KT is going to be pulling up right on behind them. And again, it's just going to be about who's going to take that first shot, who's going to get that first engagement, and then who's going to be the next third party, and the third party after that, the fourth party, and the fifth party, and the sixth party. It's going to be great. I love it.
Yeah, there's going to be a big snowball effect to potentially find its way onto the battlefield here. And of course, the zone now centering up right on towards school. So Umbra, they are definitely now going to be challenged for their position. But of course, we did see they are spread out not only in the apartments, but also in school itself. But look at this, almost the entire lobby mobilizing themselves.
Okay.
Just a huge mass migration, as everyone is now pushing in towards the zone, looking to see if they can be the first team to potentially pull up towards school. I mean, look at that. Myth, Triple, Cryptics, we've got 1 million, we've got G3, we've got Unique, we've got...
It's literally just Masters that hasn't moved.
Pick a team. Pick a team. They are all pushing in towards that zone now, and off they go. Masters, actually, that could be an interesting approach, right? Just hanging back, not rushing into the chaos. That could actually be a beautiful play coming through for Masters. We'll have to wait and see how that unfolds. But meanwhile, the zone itself, school, it is going to be absolutely brutal right now.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, you were talking about scheduled packs before. Look at it now. I mean, can't really see much between the names, but hey, there's colors in there. I swear. I absolutely swear. We do see a little bit of a change up in terms of some of the teams taking a little bit more of those northern rotations, not going straight south, as I'm pretty sure they heard all the vehicles, or they saw them. The vehicles. Is that what I really said? Wow, interesting English today. Of course, Cryptics finding themselves up right against Triple Esports. Now, they are one member down, but still, there's opportunity for them. Umbra, we said it, feeling a little bit of the pressure now as some of those shots are raining on through. And again, you mentioned this before, you know, a couple of teams, they have line of sights not only towards one, but multiple teams. That's going to be the case for pretty much everyone here.
Yeah, you can take your pick, right? You can pick a name and or just pick a direction and just tap
a
away
colour.
ahead. Yeah, and then, well, they obviously can't see colors or any of the players positioned up ahead of them. Otherwise, I do think the game would have gone completely different. But either which way, I mean, you could just as well pick a direction and just start shooting, and it's very likely that you could be hitting someone. But of course, now Super Young Stars are going to be looking to just reposition themselves, right? They know that there is either one team or several teams currently positioned rather just ahead of them, and we know it is going to be the players from 1 million who find themselves just up ahead of that position. But of course, right behind Super Young Stars is going to be the players rolling on through from Triple, as well as Masters and Cryptics. So it's going to be a very, very challenging position. But also G3 taking a very distant approach, right? Pulling up onto Potato Hill and just hanging back. And I do think that approach is going to be a good call to make, particularly on this map, looking at where these teams currently positioned in towards the zone. We've got a major congestion in the center zone as well as over on towards the east. And now with the shift coming in,
Wow.
it's going to be chaos even more so.
Once again towards school, and Umbra again finding themselves in a nice position, but this time they're not alone. Many of the teams now finding themselves in that zone, looking nice and pretty as we see the setups coming through. Same can be said here from Virtual Gaming, finding at least a little bit of action here, but not the action they would have wanted, not getting that success. Intruder going to be rotating around, and Zeus is going to be finding a nade, not a nade that they would have liked, unfortunately, as Weiss was the thrower, and looking for a little bit more. Petrox is down, Zeus is bleeding out. Alpha Luigi and One Shot now have to reassess and potentially rotate to try and stay alive for Virtual Gaming here, as the rest of the teams are looking to get those confirmations.
Oh, but again, it is so challenging. As we can see now, Slime coming under fire as they have a bit of a back and forth here with Intruder. Pronto coming through there with the Mini 14, but of course we have Virtual Gaming also just not too far away. Zero tolerance on the edge of zone, but Intruder, Slime, they now have to try and conclude this fight, right? Either of these teams either have to disengage or just dial up the aggression, get the fight over and done with, and then look to reposition themselves in towards that zone. Because the moment they start losing line of sight on that zone, that is when the blue zone is going to come creeping in on them. Of course, Zero Tolerance now picking up a few of those third-party shots onto the engagement. The Slime Storm gets taken right on down. Intruder having a good rotational path towards that eastern side of zone. They've got to be careful, because if they move too far, they're going to roll right up alongside and in front of Unique and, of course, the players from Zero Tolerance. And again, teams getting tested, getting trialed here, as we can see the apartment building.
Ooh.
Just, well, so colorful with all the teams taking up their positions.
No free real estate this time around. Everyone has found their apartment building, and they are locked and loaded into the zone coming on through. Lusail now finding Unique, and a couple more shots being thrown. Even Cryptics, as they tried to make the rotation into this building, they made it, but at the cost of some HP. As we can see, Masters finding Myth. The feed is lighting up as these teams are looking for their own little room in these apartment buildings, but we'll see what the landlords are going to have to say about that for the time being. Still some rotations having to be made. Like you said, G3 Temper still holding that edge of zone, not looking to fully invest at the time. They're going to just hug the edge and see what happens, because I don't think they want to be involved in this chaos right now.
Yeah, not only that, you have no guarantee as to the success rate coming through from that. It is going to be pure chaos right there in towards apartments especially. But now we do see Blackjack also taking a little bit more of a laid back approach, right? Also just trying to keep their distance, but they are going up against the players here coming through from the side of Storm, or Slime rather. But now Storm is in the team.
We swear.
Hence the reference we saw there. But of course, Pronto, Storm over on towards the one side. It does seem like they are going to be looking for a quick reposition and maybe just looking to get themselves positioned elsewhere. Again, a lot of action being brought in on towards the northern side of the zone. But Zero Tolerance also coming in with a little bit more of a laid-back approach, right? Keeping their distance. Triple Esports keeping their distance. And I do think it could be quite favorable for these teams to kind of keep themselves separated and let the rest of the lobby kind of fight it out. But now, looking at where the zone had shifted, the options are quite slim. And I do think Unique could actually be in a beautiful position.
Again, 16 teams in this tiny, tiny zone. So yes, I don't blame any teams for trying to hug the zone, trying to just keep themselves a little bit more separated as the rest of the teams are starting to pick each other apart. We can see Zero Tolerance finding Intruder now as slowly but surely the numbers will start to dwindle because the chaos is going to ensue. As we know, when your backs are against the wall, you have to fight it out. You have to get yourself in a good position. And the next team to try and do that is Blackjack as 4KT. They make their move.
Oh, up they come. Those nades getting sent across. But of course, the pressure is going to be on. Slime just utilizing these ridge lines. Of course, Blackjack utilizing the coverage they have in the compounds. But ideally, they have to try and rotate in. But of course, those nades are going to be looking to put a bit of a stop on towards that. As we do see Reverb now hopping out the building, looking to rush around the exterior there, looking to see if those angles can come through. Lelouch also now going to be venturing out, comes in with a jump shot, but Aimer takes aim and down they go. Zay now cooking up a nade. Will that be the one? It comes in right behind them, but Storm and Slime making their rush now up in towards the zone. Pronto taking a few hits. Of course, the blue zone about to catch up with them. Down they go. Plaza, Storm not moving too far away just yet, but of course they don't have much options. As we can see, Virtual just up ahead of them as well. G3 also now moving in. Blackjack now coming in with a quick rush, but out comes G3 rushing straight in towards Virtual Gaming, looking to see if they can take control of this little shack. 1-8 could close it up for Virtual Gaming. But let's see which way around G3 is going to try and take this engagement. It's quite devastating looking at what One Shot has been doing so far. I mean, G3 just delivering their players on a platter right into the hands of Virtual. Of course, that nade getting cooked up, sent out once again. Will that be the one to close it up? Oh, One Shot getting hit by that molly. Alpha Luigi trying to quickly bring that res on through, but it has been absolutely devastating now for G3. Flacco just needs to send it in. Of course, sends out the nade over on towards Plaza there. Oh, but down they go. Of course, it is going to be at the demise of Hemo from Intruder, putting an end there to G3. Of course, Super Young Stars still going to be fighting it out alongside the players here from 1 million as Charla gets traded. Down he goes. Super Young Stars down to their final hopeful.
Oh,
But will they be able to clutch it out though? I mean, Joker, the last one, and not a lot of options.
Not at all. I mean, you can walk on straight through to 1 million if you'd like, or you can just stay in the open and wait for Slime 4KT. That's basically the options that Joker have to work with right now. That zone, of course, shifting towards Team Unique. So all of a sudden, Virtual Gaming, Unique, even the players, I mean, potentially a Blackjack and a few more can get involved here in this final zone. But again, it's that rotation that has to come through. And there's still a couple of snakes in the grass, as unfortunately a lot of the teams have lost many, many players in a matter of seconds. We've only lost one team, so 5 zones in, 15 teams.
Yeah, this next zone is going to be absolutely brutal, because, I mean, there's only 2 teams relatively situated. It's going to be Unique and, of course, Virtual Gaming. The rest of the lobby still having to fight their way into this next phase. And there's only 8 seconds left on the clock, right? That's it. Once the time's up, it is going to be bloodshed all over the place, because we've got the rest of the lobby now trying to push in from the edge. Joker just waiting for that opportunity to strike, and now hits the first blow, but unfortunately down they go. 1 million just having too many barrels pointing in that direction. Morteza also now getting picked up by the blue. Wasted and Shadowwind now looking to make their advances into zone, but Cryptics right up ahead of them quickly deal with that threat, and with that it is the end of the road for Umbra. Now Zero Tolerance coming under fire. Virtual Gaming looking to hold on. Zero Tolerance make their way back on in. But here we are. Slime still holding strong with 2 players. Looking to see if they can defend that southern position. Of course, we do see 1 million. Oh. Well, there wasn't 1 million, rather it was the players going through. from Virtual Gaming right here on the edge of zone. But over on towards the west, it is looking pretty dang devastating. One shot right there to provide that helping hand to Alpha Luigi. Plaza coming under fire. Storm now going to be sending it in. Down goes Cryptics. And now we're going to be seeing the players starting to fall left, right, center, all over the place. Unfortunately for Storm, that nade did not make it into that shack. But of course, they can't spend too much time there. They have to advance their position. One shot just being graced by where those nades have been sent. But of course, Unique also now just cautiously waiting to see who's going to dare venture up. But it is absolute chaos still erupting over on towards the western side. Look at that darkness now pushing on forward as they find the angles on towards the players there from Masters. Off they go. Triple still alive. The players from Lusail still alive. And of course, Myth also just hanging on.
Oh, rotations have to come through. One shot, unfortunately, now once again being blessed by a little bit of lead. Luigi still in the shack alive. I don't know how they're still here, but they are absolutely right next to some crazy shots coming through from Plaza, who only doesn't find Weiss. He finds Hembo, and he takes the entirety of Intruder out for the count. And now the rest of the teams moving on up to the apartment that are currently being held by Blackjack. It's Myth, it's Darkness, looking for a little bit of the action here as they try and clear out these rooms. They want to get those confirmations. Lusail, Boyka, hello, good morning, you are out. Darkness still in the involvement here, and MG from Blackjack might get involved or might just run away.
Yeah, MG just holding strong there, just trying to survive, trying to play it into that late game. But of course, we see a whole selection of duos now just spread out through what is left of the playable area. And of course, only a few seconds remain on the clock before that zone starts closing up once again. Broly, Farok, trying to see if they can find a way out. We've got Tornado Moment positioned right down below them. And of course, it is going to be a lot of that opportunistic play now coming through. Virtual Gaming, the only team positioned in zone. The other 4 teams, they are going to have their work cut out for them. But of course, we see Darkness now venturing all forward on towards Myth as Brody gets traded right on down. Oh, Tornado finding an easy one there. But now, of course, Farok getting caught out in the blue. We can see a few of those heal strats now trying to be implemented here. But it is now going to be pure devastation for these teams to rotate into this next phase.
Unique and of course Virtual Gaming have a nice bit of a line of sight into the zone as they slowly but surely move on through. Again, Virtual Gaming, how are you live? One shot and Alpha Luigi have been absolutely getting hammered in that shack, so hopefully they can take a little bit of a connection here. But Tornado getting under fire here thanks to Myth, and of course Blackjack now being confirmed. All of a sudden chaos ensues. So as we see it, Virtual Gaming, Unique, they can get into zone. But what is Darkness going to have to say about it?
Well, honestly, they can't say too much about it, at least for now, because they don't know where anyone else is. We can see Virtual Gaming, they've got pretty good lines of sight on both the potential angles they of Unique. And of course, Spike pops up, picks up Moment. Next up, it is going to be Tornado, as we can see the shots come through there from one shot, and it is the end of the road for Darkness. But now it is going to be Unique and Virtual Gaming fighting it out to the finish. Who will be the team to pick up the winner chicken dinner? Slike now, the last remaining hopeful for the team. Of course, the players here from Virtual going to be looking to pick up their second winner chicken dinner on the first day of finals.
And Unique looking for their first. So, I mean, a 2v1 situation here. Slike is going to have to make some miracles happen here. But again, there's plenty of opportunity for utilities to happen here from Virtual Gaming. They've got some fantastic line of sights. They had some great information. It's going to come down to who's going to stand up first and if Slike can maybe find those 1v1s.
Yeah, but I mean, the likeliness of that happening is going to be pretty tough. But of course, one shot having quite some distance to cover to get into zone. The furthest distance to travel out of the 3 remaining players we still have left. But Slike not having many options here. Of course, we can see it's 2 barrels pointing down towards Slike. And it's a little bit of an unfortunate position here for Slike. But unfortunately, there's only one victor. Only one team can succeed. As you can see Slike now just trying to get ahead of that zone. Beautiful shot onto one shot. Now it is going to be Alpha Luigi up next. And will we see those hits come through? Look at Slike trading it off quickly, swapping weapons, not even wanting to reload. But Alpha Luigi picking up the winner chicken dinner. And with that, it is the second chicken dinner for Virtual Gaming right here in day 1 of the finals.
Wow, that feels good to say. Virtual Gaming, the first team to pick up their second winner chicken dinner in finals. Our first team to show a little bit of that consistency with the winner chicken dinners. Of course, we know it's a little bit of a change coming through to finals. You want points more than anything else. You want to make sure you are on the top position. But Virtual Gaming, they are picking up some fantastic games. And Unique, again, big game for them, finding themselves in top 2. I mean, considering that they were literally on that second page, we said one good game, maybe a couple eliminations sprinkled on top with that second place finish, could mean they find themselves in a much better placement coming through into tomorrow and the rest of the finals weekend. First day done and dusted, and I think for many of these teams, they need to give themselves a pat on the back because, again, bringing such beautiful, beautiful performances, and again, just that structure that came through. We can see the polish coming through, the refinement in these teams really bringing their best foot today.
Yeah, I have to agree with you 100% on that, and it's so phenomenal to see the teams really acting the way that they've been acting so far. I mean, if we look at what we saw on the leaderboard coming into this last match, right? It was neck in neck all the way through. It is so close. The competition just being so high between these teams, and we gotta love it. And that is what you want to see moving into the finals, right? There's no real runaway performance coming through. All the teams being on a very similar level with regards to the approaches coming into these games. And I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing so far. And of course, a big congratulations going out to the players there from Virtual Gaming, picking up their second winner chicken dinner right here today. It is so great to see, so beautiful. But of course, you know, that we've been seeing a lot of this happening today, and it makes me so excited to see what will be happening in our final 2 days that we still have these teams to play through. I mean, 12 matches to go. Who knows what will happen? I mean, it's insane just to think of how this could then build. Because as you said before, right, we've been seeing that exponential growth coming through. Now, what growth could we expect to see coming through in the next 2 days? Of course, before we get into that, let's hop over into the highlights from this past match, just to remind you of the beautiful PUBG we saw. Such a satisfying match once again. But I mean, looking at that, we nearly spent 20 minutes with all 16 teams in the lobby, right? Nearly 20 minutes. It is just insane. I mean, before that, we saw in one of the super weekends that we had, you know, like 15 teams surviving up until 16 minutes. But today, the teams just took it so much further with all 16 teams still pretty much being in the match 20 minutes deep. So it is insane, but it makes me so excited to see what the rest of the days will hold for us. But of course, we got to look and see now at how many points rather these teams were able to find in this last match. So we are going to be moving over in towards those match rankings. And as we can see, of course, it is going to be Virtual Gaming sitting up on 21 points, but Darkness coming in with 11 points, or 11 eliminations rather, and now sitting tied also on 21 points. So this is exciting.
Sneaky, but of course Unique picking up 16. So, and a potential huge leap from their position. I think they were sitting around 14, hovering around there. So we'll see how that's going to change on the overall rankings. Again, as we go down, it's great to see some change in, you know, the names that we're talking about. Blackjack, of course, also still stepping up as we've been waiting for them. Lusail making an appearance as well with those 8 eliminations. And we start to trickle down into some very interesting points. As we know, it's finals. You're not going to have those score points reset anytime soon. It is all or nothing. So this first day is going to be absolutely crucial for these teams to lay themselves a foundation. You know, DK, because we haven't spoken about foundations in a while, and they're setting themselves up beautifully for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely some pretty good setups coming through here. But of course, we have to take a look at that second page as well. I mean, very satisfying results on this first page. But now, over on towards the second page, this is where we get to see what the rest of the teams have done. Of course, we see the players there from Intruder sitting up with that 9th place finish, coming in with a grand total of 2 points. But of course, Cryptics coming in with 4 eliminations, putting them also then on a grand total of 5 points for this match. G3, Super Young Stars, walking away with the bubbles there, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. It's
Yeah.
one match, right? But of course,
Mhm.
they can't really afford to have too many bubbles come their way. I mean, bubbles are great. They're entertaining at some point, I guess, but not in the matches. We want to see those points being brought in. And of course, it is going to be 1
Whoa.
million esports still sitting up in pole position with virtual gaming hot on their heels. Only 6 points behind them. But of course, if we look a little bit further down, we see Cryptics, Darkness, Intruder, and Team Unique, as well as G3 and Blackjack, still in you know, pretty much in contention with those positions. And a very similar kind of thing moving over on towards the second page.
Oh, Unique making a nice jump there into second or into 6th place, sorry. But I mean, as we look into that second page, I think that's where my brain was trying to go with. We do still see that it's pretty close. I mean, so we have 39 points, as we can see, on the 8th position. When we move over into the second page, when we go through from 9th all the way up to 16th, the question is going to be, okay, well, how close is it actually? It is close by exactly 1 point. 1 point differentiating these teams. I mean, Lusail is on 39. Blackjack is also on 39, so I mean, no point difference between them. But as we go down, it's 1 point, it's 1 point, it's 1 point, it's 1 point, and then 10 points. But it's fine, we won't talk about that. Still, it's so close. I mean, even 10 points, that's one good game. One good game, and you could be finding yourself all the way up into who knows where. So great consistency for 1 million in virtual gaming. But again, there's still some great competition going through into the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what makes it so exciting because, as you said now, right? There's not a lot of it's not a major leap hopping from 16th to 9th place, and I mean, knowing that 9th place is on the exact same amount of points as we see on 7th and 8th place, that means if they land a 15-pointer, right, that could just hop them straight up right behind where we see Team Unique, for instance, right? So there's definitely not a lot of points separating these teams, particularly sitting from 7th place towards 16th. And all of that, as you said, one match, it's all it takes. And this is what makes it so exciting because anything on this leaderboard can change at any particular point. I mean, chicken dinners don't guarantee you any particular positions. We can see Super Young Stars, Zero Tolerance, sitting in 13th and 15th place after finding themselves those winner chicken dinners. But of course, that is where consistency starts coming in as well, right? We did see the players there from 1 million not only getting that one winner chicken dinner, but they've also been super consistent with their placements, finishing relatively strong match after match, and that pays off at the end of the day, right? So I'm curious to see what that second day will bring in, but I gotta say, a very exciting day one. Ooh, yeah, I mean, day 2 is only going to be even more of what we saw today, and it's going to be exponential.
Oh, absolutely. The teams are going to kick it up a notch every single match that we are going to be seeing in this entire weekend because they don't have a choice. If they want to find themselves as the top 6 moving on into bigger and better opportunities, they need to push the limit. And they have been throughout these last couple of weeks. They're not going to stop now. Of course, they're going to keep taking it further. So plenty of opportunities, still 12 games, as you've mentioned. And again, it's so close. It's who knows?
Yeah, well, one thing that we do know, however, is that, of course, we want to give a lot of love going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance and upgrade fun, celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East, and Africa esports in 2022. Now, on that, of course, it brings us to the end of our evening here. I want to thank all the viewers for tuning in. You guys are legends. Of course, the teams, you guys are absolute beasts and monsters. We love it. But of course, well, we have to wait till tomorrow So we see you all back again on the battlefield. Same time, same place, and even more PUBG Mobile action. And of course, don't forget about the lucky drop. You'll see the questions right there in the live chat. So be sure to pop your answers in. Be sure to also include your player ID, whether you're commenting on YouTube or on Facebook. So hit us up. Let us know what your answer is to the question in the live chat. And with that, we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow. So stay safe. Have a fantastic evening. Until later.